Okay, YouTube says I'm live, so let's see here. Switch into remote desktop. Morning, or well, relative morning, because it's almost 10 p.m. here in Greece. So for those who are just joining us, those who haven't watched the project before, this is my efforts to do something useful with services for Unix. It's an add-on for Windows XP that adds Unix compatibility and was essentially the follow-up to the POS6 environment in earlier versions. I'm going to give it a few minutes to see, to wait for the stream numbers to come up. Last time we left off, we got the compiler compiling because we had data protection errors. Good morning, Carol and Boganoff64. I couldn't. Oh, someone found the patch. I didn't even see that on Discord this morning. I just kind of fired the stream up and called it good. I decided I wanted to take advantage of the fact that right now it's daylight hours on the east coast of the United States, which means that this is the highest peak time for my channel. Like if I do a tech stream in the middle of the week, I lose half my viewers just because of the time. So if I'm going to do this, I might as well do it now while we can. So I didn't see the hotfix, but it also doesn't matter. We have a usable solution. So basically where we left off is I wanted to see if we can get NetHack to work. And then from there, we're going to basically figure out things. So why don't we start by building an updated make. Because when I tried to build NetHack, it fell over due to the rather ancient make. Actually, hold on. Before I do that, I think I want to install this as gmake. I'm trying to remember what the option for that is. I think it's program suffix transform. Or program prefix. Yeah, I want program prefix. Configure prefix up tools. Program prefix G. So that'll install it as gmake. Unix. This is a Unix subsystem for Linux for XP. So this is a Unix-like environment that runs directly on top of the NT kernel. There is no virtualization. There is no emulation. This is literally what the POS6 environment should have been. It was a POS6, the subsystem for Unix, which is also known as Interix. It was a third-party product that was purchased by Microsoft, and my current end goal for this is I actually want to build a full Linux system from Windows XP. This feels like kind of a way to, an awesome, I've always had this weird idea of like, could you build a Linux system from source without Linux? So that's kind of where I'm going with that. With boot.ini, I had to change data protect equals always off instead of opt-in. In the pinned comment, I actually edited the live stream last night down to 8 minutes with a new voiceover and released it to members and Patreons. So if you are a channel member, and I just realized I didn't fix my membership notifications, and I don't really want to pull up Streamlabs, but you know what? I've got the feed on the other panel, so I'll read it off as it happens, and plus YouTube makes big noise in chat whenever it happens. It was just this one. Yeah, well, free fee? Is that an I or an L? That's an L. Free fail. Yeah, that was kind of my feeling on it. And like, I thought about, I could build NetBSD on this with build.sh, but that's like one command. So, yeah. I did see that, I did know that there was a port of package source, and there was also a port, and there was a Gentoo prefix for Interix. But I kind of just want to slum it and build stuff from source. I think it's a more interesting project that way than just using a bunch of pre-compiled binaries. Plus, it's also going to... We're going to have to update GCC because 3.3 is old and sad, and if I really want to take this project to where I'm envisioning, I probably want GCC 7 at minimum. I could probably get away with 4.2, but 3.3 falls into that really awkward period where GCC was getting good, but it wasn't actually good yet. And I'm going to need to build cross compilers. The later version of GCC I can use for that, the better that's going to be. This is faster than it would be on Cygwin. Let's be honest. Like, I have run configure on Cygwin. This is still faster. Fundamentally, this is using the fork system call on the NT kernel, which isn't generally used by Windows. It's not exposed in the Win32 API. It's only on the native kernel API. So subsystems can use it, but normal applications can't unless the subsystem exposes it. So it's not exactly surprising it's a little slow. So let's just do make J2 because I'm pretty sure I've got 2 cores. XP should see 2 cores. That wasn't what I wanted to do. What happened to my task manager? Now I can't close task manager. I also can't open... Oh, now I can. Can I open a new task manager? Yeah, I can't close it. Hold on. I can close it that way. Let's try that again. What, did the Windows shell decide to F off and die? Can I open another window? I can open another window. That's weird. Also, that's make is taking, you know, I have that feeling that this make is just that pathetic. So make has a built-in backup known as build sh for when your make utility can't actually build make. And that does actually seem to be the problem. Okay, so it is a feature of Task Manager. At least the internet tonight is being less shit. For those who watched the last stream, the wired Vodafone connection was what I was streaming on because the 5G was not even... Oh, good lord. String TLC file not found. I have the feeling that build.sh has not been updated in quite a while. The fuck? So it is actually complaining about a missing file. Did we lose a file somewhere along the way? I mean, I don't know if this is a subsystem for Unix problem or if there's a problem with this make tarball. Or a problem with tar extracting the make tarball. Also, I'm guessing the J flag doesn't... Yeah, hold on. Since we're paused for a moment, let me actually see how many cores XP is seeing. And thank you for whoever told me that. It is only seeing the one? The VM should be set to see more than one. 6-core processor. But I guess it... Hold, please. Hyper-V. Settings. I just heard all the disks in my desktop spin up at once. Oh, I must have disabled that when we were experimenting with stuff. Okay, hold on. Let's reconfigure the VM to have more cores. We were doing a lot of stuff last night trying to get this to work because Windows data protection was actually the root cause of why it all went. But yeah, the problem here is that the VM is actually set up to run exactly with one core, so now we gotta wait for XP to shut down. So advanced thumb twiddling going. No, we already installed XP. We have officially made it to the starting line for this project. All right, settings, virtual processors. Screw it. I will give it 6. Continue from where we left off. And then we wait for that to boot back up. Well, it's a lot nicer than what it was. I've gotten the impression, back in these days, I used Cygwin for when I had to do Unix stuff on top of Windows, and I'm pretty sure most people did. I've always gotten the impression that services for Unix was not really all that common. We gotta wait. The network takes a while to come up. It will come up on its own. I just have to wait for it. I hope the network comes up on its own. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. The goal is I want to build a Linux system from it. I literally want to do Linux from scratch, but it's on top of Windows XP. Theoretically, I could do it with Cygwin, but Cygwin and case sensitive file systems are things that generally don't work. It says it works, but when I've tried it in the past, it didn't. Or, well, it worked, but not in a way that would be actually usable for building a Linux kernel. All right, so do I have more processor cores now? Like, what do you actually see? Yeah, look, there we go. Now we have 6 cores. Okay. So with that said, services for Unix, Corn Shell. All right, let's try that again, because now I'm pretty sure the version of Make here doesn't support the J option, and it doesn't. So we're going to need gmake if we're going to make this fast. Yeah, SFU, it will work fine. I'm talking about using Cygwin, which was like the more typical way that you ran Unix or Linux, basically non-Windows software. Because Cygwin basically does the same thing this does, except for the fact that Cygwin is built on top of the Win32 API, which has its pluses and minuses. The biggest problem is that Cygwin has no way to implement fork without actually reaching into a process, copying the memory, and doing it that way. If you ever look inside the Cygwin source code at its fork function, it is voodoo. Oh, program suffix and not prefix. Yeah, that I should care about. Set OVI. I also really want bash because this is not only Corn Shell, it's KSH88. It's not even 93. So like when I do when I go up in the history with set VI, it puts me at the start of the command line and not the end, which is something that I'm pretty sure changed with 93, but it's really irritating. I do plan to get back to it. It's I burned out really heavily on that project, and it touched on a part of my life that I thought I had been okay with, but going through those memories was a little bit more traumatic than not. Debian and my time, and specifically how it led to me ending up at Canonical, is not a period of my life I think well of. It was a long time ago from now, but it dug up a lot of past memories that I am less than happy about. So that, combined with a lot of other circumstances, is that it's currently on the back shelf. Well, Mystic Sam, it took less time to actually get. I think we got XP going in about an hour after dealing with some Hyper-V nonsense. The problem we ran into is then getting services for UNIX going, because originally I was going to do this in VirtualBox, and I had tested some of this in VirtualBox beforehand. What I didn't notice was the absolute dismal... oh, you're kidding me. The connection issues are back. We'll see if it resolves itself. SFU is services for UNIX. Okay. Yeah, I've got the little warning flag telling me that YouTube is not getting enough video for streaming. I might have to start streaming in 720p, which I really don't want to do, but if I have to, I will. This time I am recording, although now I want to check and confirm that I am actually... Yeah, I am actually recording. Because I had to go and refilm some footage last night for that video. I didn't have to get much, but I lost the entire segment of GCC not working. So I had to go in, boot the VM up, re-enable DEP, show it crashing, and then put it back to the way it was. Yeah, it's on my end. I'm watching it. I've got the stream. I've got the laptop connected to the house internet, and it's watching the stream, and it seems okay for the moment, although it is lagging quite a bit behind where I actually am. So hopefully it stays working. If not, yeah, because right now I'm doing this stream with the 5G, because the 5G, when it works, is 8 megabits up versus the 4 I have on the house internet, and it typically drops less packets. It may also be a problem that the desktop is talking to the Wi-Fi route, to the 5G access point over Wi-Fi. The brick does have an Ethernet port, so maybe move the brick to my desk and plug it in, wired it. Checking for means that it's trying to figure out what system functions are or aren't available. Configure is basically a way for programs to be quote-unquote generic. Let's see if it dies with the same error. If it dies with the same error, I'll grab a different version of make. It may just be that this one is foobarred. Yeah, I think this one's foobarred. That being said, I should actually be able to just grab it off the GNU FTP directly, because this does have an FTP client on it. This would not run on React OS because this hooks into a very low-level part of the Windows infrastructure. Yeah, that's not having it. Fine, I'll do it the other way. That's not what I want. Well, that's running really slowly. I just noticed that there's a make 4.41, so that means I'm not actually using the latest version. So why don't I try getting 4.41? And if that doesn't work, I'll try like 3.8.2. I don't think that's my internet. I'm pretty sure that's GNU.org. I did run a speed test. Let's see how slow it actually is. Hey, Tigerstein, thank you for becoming a Seeker supporter. Thank you for... It really does make a huge difference on the channel. Oh, and then this actually opened up eventually. But now I no longer care, so let's open a new IE window. And then I need to get this from here. I think mSystem's still running. Yeah, mSystem is still running. Alright, let's try this with a slightly updated make. Desktop. Alright, that's not going to work. Desktop make 441 tar GZ here. Yeah, I'm guessing, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I also just noticed that it expanded into the same directory, which isn't normal. Did it even make that file? It didn't. See, I also worry that make itself... You know, I actually have a copy of make 3, which I do know will build. Or it should build. Let me grab that one instead, because... I don't know how much I trust this. See, that file's still not here, which is concerning me. And I don't know if this is a make problem or a different problem. Because Windows XP doesn't support SATA. XP predates SATA. There is a way to get it in there, but it's such a pain in the ass to do that I can't be bothered. And in a VM, it doesn't matter as far as performance. The end goal of this project is I actually want to build Linux from scratch on top of Windows XP, which feels appropriately cursed for this channel. Right now, though, I'm just kind of getting a feel of what I can do with this. Yeah, this was actually somewhat popular. There was a port of Gentoo, NetBSD had a port of package source, and there was a sort of port of Debian, but I think it really just used apt and wasn't actually a port of Debian itself, but it did, it was a thing that did happen. If you want to get like some of the context and backstory, it's in the video and the link in the description, which is a members exclusive perk. The current plan is to basically take all these streams, edit them down, stick them on a video, and then when I've got the whole project done, I'm just going to ship it as a full-length video, but each individual segment will go out to members after each stream. Yeah, it may be a problem that this version of Make is a little bit too pathetic. Like, it failed to build NetHack, which shocked me. NetHack will almost build on anything. So that being said, apparently the tools are from like a truly ancient version of OpenBSD, like probably like OpenBSD 1. So, which would make sense for the time period in which InterX was originally created, and probably went, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Like the only thing that was reasonably up to date in the package that I saw was GCC, and when I say up to date, I mean up to date for 2004. All right, let's try that again. All right, well, that's building. Slowly, but is building. Caputin, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Thank you for becoming a channel member. We're trying to build Make. Okay, that time it built, so I think it was just a problem with that tarball. Yep, and that installed Gmake. So I need to add that to my path. So that would be up tools bin path, export path. Yep. Okay, cool. We have Make. Or at least we have a version of Make that isn't completely old and desolate. So let's see if we can build NetHack with it. I just went with XP because I wanted to use XP. I could have used Server 2003. I usually do use Server 2003, but this is like the idea. I've had this variations of this idea for a long time, and like I said, the idea of building Linux from scratch from Windows XP kind of tickles my fancy. So, but we kind of need to walk before we can get there. So, setup.sh hints UNIX. See if it's happy with Gmake. Yeah, I can't. CC tries to use Visual Studio as a compiler, which leads to the very cursed thought that you could conceivably build GCC with Visual Studio, at least the bootstrap. I don't know if I actually want to try that, but it is theoretically an option. The Nico 2, I didn't actually see it because I don't think I checked Discord this morning. I kind of woke up and decided I should just do this because currently the sun is up in the United States where most of my viewership is. And because I was going to do a Greek session this morning, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this for 3 to 4 hours, and then after I finish this, I will kick the script out, and then I'll do Greek for 2 to 3 hours, and then that's going to be my day. This week is really quite busy for me, so I don't know how many streams I'm going to get done, but staying on top of my Greek practice is kind of important, and the main reason I've been doing it on the main channel, because I've had the thought of starting a separate channel for it, is that if I live stream on a brand new channel, I'm not going to get viewers. I do have the second channel, Restless Yankee, but it's largely been dead for over a year. And it's only got 700 subscribers on it, so I'd probably fire up that stream and get absolutely nothing. So I think my current plan is I'm going to keep streaming it on the main channel for the time being. When this video goes out, which will basically, I'm editing each segment of it after I do the live stream. So every live stream, there'll be a members video with the edited segment. Can't find termlib. Okay. We have curses. We have term cap. I'm pretty sure. Was term? I don't remember if termlib is its own separate thing that I have to install. I'm used to it being just there. And that's me accidentally. Let's see here. Termlib. Yeah, because I feel like termlib would be its own thing. Yeah, let me see where termlib comes from. Of course not. Termlib is... You know, we do have term cap. I'm pretty sure I just have to change a configuration option in the hints file to make it actually use term cap instead. Let's see here. Source, hints, source UNIX, sys UNIX. I don't feel awake. Let me just disable it linking with termlib and let's just see what that generates. Setup sh sys UNIX. I really feel like I need more caffeine. Unfortunately, it being Sunday here in Greece, no stores are open. So I was not able to resolve my British emergency, meaning that I don't have tea. We got Hyper-V to work. So gmake ccgc. Okay. So now we get a whole lot of undefined references. I'm assuming there is a library with those. Yeah, okay, so it needs to be linked. It needs to be linked to end curses. That is... Is that what everything else links to? I'm assuming it does. Yeah, everything else links to end curses and actually T info. Do we have libt info? No, so let's just see if that's enough to get it to build. Setup sh hints UNIX. Hey, that time it built. So gmake install. That's where I saw the library. Oh, right. Gmake install. Gmake cc gcc install. Because NetHack does a crap ton of building steps in the install script because old janky, ancient code base that doesn't follow modern building rules. L curses, its curses, not N curses, from what I saw in the library files. But yeah, it linked. So now it's yakking. Yak, yak, yak. God, that version of yak is probably old enough. That is old enough to vote. Well, actually, you know what? The whole system is old enough to vote. 2004. Yeah, no, the system would be 20 years old at this point. 21 at this point. It can actually have a beer. Yeah, that's the question. Does it... will it blend? It fell over to invalid group name. Okay. That's easy enough to fix. That's editing the hints file. The thing is that I'm not sure, like, for macOS, what does it do there? Yeah, do I have add user? I don't. I do have a password file. I don't have a password file. I thought I had a password file because there was an option for it. So I'm presuming then I need to add the make file and make it not do that. Why can't I move to star line? Okay. So I have to change these to true. It doesn't really matter, all things. I'm not quite sure how the Windows permissions map to subsystem for Unix. I'm assuming if the user has access to the SFU folder, they can just change it as is, and obviously this is an administrator account. I do think it's possible. The real magic trick is if I can actually get GCC to build, which will be difficult. Okay, so that actually... Unable to open syscf file. Well, it tried to run. Okay, so we need to create the file. It's been so long since I've actually done this from scratch. I think the easiest way to take care of this is I just disable that config. And that should make it rebuild. If I can get 7, that puts me in the mid 2010s for Linux, which should be good enough. I might be able to do it with 4, but newer is better here. Right now, we're just basically seeing if we can build basic software under services for Unix, which we've got it building. We haven't actually got it running, and so far nothing is built without at least a little tweaking, although I'm pretty sure that was just a bad tarball for make. Next up is going to be building Bash, and then from there I might want to actually build NCFTP, just so I have an actual FTP client here. I also think I'm going to want GNU tar, because using the system tar is annoying, although that's probably going to need a bunch of dependencies. Next on the list is going to be Bash, though, because I would like a shell that's not completely garbage. This is a virtual machine. I don't have any vintage machines at the moment anymore. Yeah, that's Beastbird. That was exactly what I was planning to do. I thought it was 4.2 was like the last one where they started requiring C++. Although conceivably GCC 3.3 should be able to build that. It is the NT Unix subsystem Aussie Helix. This is services for Unix running on Windows XP. There's an edited video that goes into details about it. Currently available for members. When the whole project's done, it will get released as normal. It probably for newer Bash, it probably will need updated Bison, updated Flex, because I can't imagine the version on the system would work. Yep, this is Kish. It's Kish 88. All right. Hey, NetHack. Okay, yeah, it does seem to work. I picked up a statue of a goblin, so drop K. And that killed my kin, which is off to a great start, but yeah, it seems to be working. Cool. All right, that is actually like a thing working. So, yeah, why don't we grab a new copy of Bash? Let's grab, chat tells me to build Bash 4.2, so why don't we try and grab Bash 4.2? And can I just copy this right to the... yeah, good enough. Can I get this in list form, please? Okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, let's try the last version of Bash 4.418. I am going to want an updated tar just for the quality of life. Yep, XP supports FTP in the file browser. That feature may have been in 2000. I can't remember. I know it's in 98. Or at least I'm pretty sure. No, I take that back. This may have been an XP feature because XP is what added web folders. It was mostly meant for WebDave, but they did add it to Explorer. We were discussing kind of for fun if I should try and build CDE under this, because I do have X11 libraries. I don't have an X server, but it can conceivably be done. But then I'd have to also like compile motif. There's an integrated read line with bash, so that's not a big deal. Okay, so it was in 98. Okay, so my memory is not completely wrong. Yeah, Xming would work. The idea of trying to build CDE on this sounds horrific. Like, it doesn't even sound like it would be a fun project. That just sounds like hell. I don't know if it's been changed, but I'm pretty sure when it first released, CDE used iMake. And yeah, wow, my brain is running on fumes. Once I kick off the build, I'm just going to step into the other room and see if I actually have caffeine, because I slept like garbage last night. The goal here is to try and probably to build Linux. I want to build a Linux from scratch system on top of Windows XP, because that sounds like the proper bit of cursed computing that I want to go to. It theoretically still is in package source, but ... question mark if it actually works. Yeah, CDE got open source like 10 years ago, as did Motif itself. So conceivably, I could build it from source, maybe. I mean, the biggest problem with downloading package sources, I'd have to find all the dist files. And I mean, I guess I could do that. I'm sort of mulling if I want to go down the package source rabbit hole. Or down the Gentoo. I mean, I almost wonder how, like, modern Gentoo prefix would run on this. Probably pretty terribly, all things considered. What I would do is I would build the kernel. I would probably either I would build the entire kernel in userland, and then I would net boot it off the XP system to a new VM. So I'd basically bootstrap the whole thing off the Linux system, off the XP system to a new VM. I never used VR. I have to wear pretty thick glasses for vision, so I've never found a VR headset that doesn't feel like it's crushing my glasses into my skull. And even when I've worn VR headsets, it's like, this sucks. I honestly don't see the appeal. Like, I understand the appeal of VR, but the idea of strapping heavy headset to your desk, waving around crazily, and then dealing with massive motion sickness. Yep, the executables are Windows applications. These they are PE files with Windows executable with the POSIX-bit set. What's an AVP? Building Bash on AIX should remind me how abysmally slow this is. I am kind of tempted to see if... the problem is I'd have to download it, and this is a metered connection. It's not a make or break, but I could... Here, let me look at Discord on my laptop while people are chatting in chat. Because apparently I missed some interesting conversation this morning. And I put morning really, really loosely. So yeah, there was a prefix, again, to prefix, for stuff. And there's the Nico with the hotfix, as well as the 64-bit, apparently the 64-bit version of SFU. I'm not sure if that's the XP version or not from your screenshot. Let's see here. about all I'm seeing here. Yeah, package source could be an option. Like, I'm still kind of slumming it directly. All right, so let me come back, pull the chat back up. Lal, I want to just do it for the sake of doing it. I've always had the idea of building Linux from scratch on top of Windows because I always thought it would be amusing from a shits and giggles factor. It's like one of the big advantages that's touted by many Linux folks is it's free and open source, notwithstanding the fact that most people don't have the technical skills to build something from source. But the idea of just downloading the source code and building it from your like work Windows desktop amuses me for some reason. So BC Dev, BC100 Dev, we're basically right now building Bash very, very slowly, but we are building Bash. Well, the thing is, I'm going to have to build the cross compiler. That's going to be the next major step. I have to upgrade the host compiler from GCC 3. Ideally, GCC 7 would be what I want, but I can probably get away with something older. The newer GCC I get, the more recent kernel I can build. There's no hard and fast rule of how late of a Linux kernel you can build with X version of GCC, but generally newer is better when it comes to GCC. Like, it's one of those few things that upgrading is just kind of a good idea. Oh, that was SAU, not SFU. Okay. So yeah, the 64-bit, the Windows XP Professional 64-bit edition should be able to install the Server 2003 version, because it is Server 2003 with the XP flag set. Whether that works or not is a question. I am a little worried that we are going to run into memory problems. Not so much with the kernel, but there are quite a few applications that no longer will build on a 32-bit host because they've gone too chonky. I know Debian is still supporting 32-bit Linux. It's like one of the last ones to actually do so because nothing in Debian ever actually goes to die. It just gets less maintained. All right, so gmake J2. It can help. It would help if I can type. All right, I'm gonna go see if I can find some caffeine while this builds because I am half asleep. Alright, I'm back. I found a can of Vicos Cola in the refrigerator. I don't know if it has caffeine. I hope it has caffeine. Tastes good, though. I mean, if I still had the Itanium system, which is... I could theoretically still get access to it. I know the guy I gave it to fairly well, so... Hey, look, Bash actually built. Let me actually run make check, because if this is like a AIX, it built but won't actually work. And that should have been gmake check. But let's just make sure I actually built a working shell. I mean, oh god, you know, Andy, that is a cursed thought, and I feel like I've wanted an excuse to play with the NIS server for a while. So you just gave me a reason to set up an Active Directory tree, and I hate you for that, because every time I touch Active Directory, I feel like a puppy dies. So we're missing the locales, and we're missing std in, but I'm not worried about that failure. Page... I do believe the hobbyist program will license VMS and Itanium. I never ran it on mine. I always meant to do it, but that system was really troublesome to run. It blew out the circuit breaker in my apartment multiple times. By the time I got to Portland, I didn't have enough time to unpack before I was out the door to Greece. I always knew my time in Portland was going to be relatively short as transcontinental moves go, but it was a lot shorter than I expected, and it wasn't worth the cost to ship it here to Greece. Oh, they completely killed the hobbyist program? Ozzy, you are describing exactly what the end goal of this project is. And if I can make NIS work, like, there's no reason why I can't. There is an Active Directory tree for NIS. I would have to set up server 2003 and set up a domain. That isn't hard, I just have to do it. Yeah, well, it's not, you know, it's not so much Active Directory itself, it's Exchange, because I've never had a... When I was working as a freelancer, I never saw Active Directory without its accompanying baggage known as Exchange. Like, yeah, you can run AD without Exchange, but everyone runs Exchange. And it's every time I touched Exchange, I felt like... I had a client, this was like 6 years ago. I was helping them get into compliance with Windows. They were running on server 2003, and this was 2016. So this was the migration. They also had gotten an audit notice from Microsoft, but the boss did not want to cough up for the licenses. So I had to migrate their entire AD cluster from 2003 to 2018. And I had to also do the Exchange upgrade dance. So I think I upgraded to 12 and then to 18 because you can't quite jump that gap. And then just as the contract was running down, they asked me to... The management decided that they didn't want to get sued by Microsoft, so they wanted to get in compliance with their licensing. And what I discovered, and their entire setup was running on a VMware cluster. So the way you license VMware like that is you have to use Data Center Edition, because the Data Center licenses the core in the cores in the VMware, and then you can run as many VMs as you want. This is how I discovered you cannot upgrade from Standard Edition to Data Center Edition in place while Exchanges. I had to build a whole new Exchange server, migrate the mailboxes for a third time, and then onto a new install of Windows 2018 Data Center. It paid really well, but it was just soul crushing. Yeah, it was really miserable. I think it was up until 2008 you could run Exchange on the AD cluster, because that was like the most common setup I saw. What I really remember is I never had to do it professionally, but I've done it in testing, is the NT4 to Windows 2000 domain upgrade to Active Directory upgrade. Because the way you do it is absolutely fucking possessed. You have to do an in-place upgrade. Yeah, okay, that's expected because all the locales are not installed. You have to do an in-place upgrade of Windows NT4 to Windows Server to Windows 2000 Server, and I have seen that process just keel over and die like 6 times. I'm assuming the way you do it without it being completely stupid is you basically install NT4 on something else, you set up as a backup domain controller. You then switch the PDC and the BDC, so the newly installed machine is now the PDC. And then you can do the in-place upgrade to Active Directory. And that's probably the sane way to do it. There's probably a lot of people who kind of just shotgunned it back in the day. Yeah. I have language learning streams I'm doing on this. I am going to break it out to its own channel at some point, but the main reason I've been streaming this is I actually have a surprisingly large number of Greek viewers. It's like I get about 20 people in those streams. So I get real-time feedback on how my pronunciation is going. I get some handy tips, and honestly, language learning with people is a lot nicer than just staring at a book until eyes bleed. Because my biggest problem is that with a permanent sleep disorder, I'm only functional with the sun maybe 1 week out of 3 of a given month. Most of the time I'm up in the middle of the night like I am right now because it's 2300 hours here in EET land. Yep. I have done in-place, I have actually done in-place upgrades of Windows Server. That same client that wanted me to upgrade their infrastructure then suddenly decided they wanted to move to Server 2019. So, we didn't want to rebuild the servers again, so we in-place upgraded a whole bunch of them, and it actually worked fairly well. I was actually surprised at how well it worked. I don't know what... I am not eligible for Greek citizenship. I'm here on a migrant visa. So I've submitted my paperwork to the Greek, the way it works here in Greece is that the government is very decentralized. So instead of it being handled through Athens, my immigration petition goes through what's known as the decentralized administration. So the state that I'm living in is currently processing it, and they are taking their sweet ass time about it. I've had the appointment to submit my biometrics, but I'm supposed to have an appointment for an interview. I've gotten the letter from the Greek government that tells me I nominally meet all the requirements and I'm allowed to stay and work in Greece while they process my application. So there's that. I don't actually hear the music because I don't have speakers plugged into this computer. I don't know. I think that tells me it's time to change the track. Oh yes, we're listening to Christmas music. Yeah, that feels appropriate. Let's see. Let's find something. Disco. Yeah, you know what? Serenity sounds good. You know what? We'll do this, and I'll take it off shuffle. All right. I'm reasonably happy that we have a working bash, but prefecture, yeah. So that's basically how it's functioning here. Pate. The thing is, I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me put it like this: I'm in favor of a government that doesn't preach hate and believes in the rule of law. That's kind of my take on it. And points to Greece for banning their equivalent of what is. See, no, I can probably. They banned Golden Dawn, which was a neo-Nazi party, and it's like, thank you, more of that, please. Yeah. It has been an extremely long ride. I need to, right now, for my own mental stability, I'm waiting until I have the actual process completed. Unfortunately, the prefecture, I've been told that this can take up to a year in this area of Greece because the government is just very slow. Once I have my aliens registration card, it's not Totaftica because that's the citizen's card. I don't actually remember what it's called. I'll be more inclined to go into the details of how I ended up here, but while I'm still going through the process, because there's this constant and ongoing fear that I am going to have to return to North America. I have a lawyer that's helping me with the case, so it shouldn't be an issue. It's just, yeah. Yeah. I mean, how do I put this? Politically, I tend to lean center left. The problem is in the United States we have two right wing part. We have a right wing party and we have a far right party. Like, so I don't feel well represented by any sort of political party in the United States. If you were talking about Canadian politics, I'd probably be an NDP or Green voter. Because frankly, I believe not killing the planet with carbon emissions is a good thing. I don't know why that's a controversial take, but it is, so whatever. So, yeah, I'm still kind of wrapping my head around the idea of having, like, when you say left-wing party, you have to, you're not just saying, like, oh, some social programs, like, it goes all the way into full-blown communism. Okay, cool. We have that installed, which means we now have a bash, and I have line editing that doesn't completely drive me mad. There's a few other things I want to install. Let's see, export. Where does it think my home folder is? Because I wanted it to just set my path automatically, so that would be op tools bin. I also think I want to install a better text editor. Very ancient VI does not make me happy. I would like Nano, but I'm not going to be particularly picky about it. Oh, right, that's not going to work. Op tools bin bash. I'm almost thinking I want to build core utilities so I have the rest of the user land. Yeah, I'm deciding between core utilities and Vim right now. Like, I can make do with this. Like, what version of Vi is this? I'm assuming this is... just seeing if I can figure out what version of Vi it is. It doesn't feel like the fact is it's resizing properly, so I'm guessing this is a later version of... I'm pretty sure this is NVI, because I don't think it's the Bill Joy Vi, which tends to break on consoles with more than 80 columns. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is NVI, pretending to be... It would be nice if it actually said... It might be BSD. It might be Vi from BSD 4.4. I don't think it's Vim. No, this is not Vim. Vim has a version flag. So I'm pretty sure it's not Vim. Oh, it did? Oh, it is NVI. Okay. Yeah, it's I use Nano private. I use Nano because I like I can use whatever editor it is. I can even use Emacs if I'm really pushed to it, but I can work with Vi. Okay, so what do I want to build next? Let me grab Tar because that one is just going. That's just a nice quality of life upgrade. So why don't we grab Tar? Because then I don't have to type 3 commands to extract crap, and if I can get it with like LZM support, that will just make this entire process less horrible. Although now I'm curious if I can get Git to build on here. That's a cursed fought. I almost kind of like that fought. I like how they ship tar as a CPIO archive. Absolute Proprietary, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. There is a video up in the pinned comments that is an 8-minute edited version of the last live stream that basically describes the everything up to this point. After this stream finishes, I'm going to do the same thing here that I did with the last one. And I will edit it. I probably won't do it tonight, because today I have to do really exciting shit as a functional member of society. Meaning I have to go into town. But we'll see how awake and functional I actually am. I mean, OpenSSL won't be all that bad. Oh yeah, I probably need... I think it needs libarchive, maybe. Theoretically. What do you actually want as far as your utilities? Like, what are your feature flags? So yeah, it's gonna want bzip. It's gonna want LZ. Yeah, you know, I think it just calls the external program, so I can basically just install them as I need them. So let's just install it. I'm not even going to install this one with a prefix because tar is tar. If it doesn't work, GNU tar is going to be better than basically anything, and the semantics are the same. So, like, I could see crap caring about make if it's expecting interix, but if it gets upset about tar, I will be shocked. Right now we're building tar. This is me building a whole bunch of utilities for quality of life. We're going to want Bison Flex, which are probably next up on the list. For GCC prerequisites, what else? I'm trying to think what else I need for GCC. I need bin utilities. I need MP. What is it? MPFR. I need GMP. And I feel like there's a third one I need, but I am drawing a blank on what that might be. Yeah, so right now we're just basically upgrading the userland just one little bit at a time. Like, I could use package source, I could use the Gen2 prefix, which I find amusing as a thing that exists, but I think just for the sake of doing it, I'm just going to kind of YOLO it. Oh, it blew it. The package remember it's complaining about. Okay, so apparently Interix doesn't have support for year 2038. Oh, it's complaining about because my GCC is too old to have it. Okay, fine. Disable year 2038 because that is a problem that I cannot care about for another 14 years. We're slowly making our way towards the first step of Linux from scratch. It's... Oh, hold on. I need gmake. I'm starting to think I should... install make as gmake as make just so I stop doing that. The Vicos Cola has been drank. Let's be honest, the Nico 2, there are people still using NT4 in production in places. I wouldn't be surprised that in the deep bowels of the U.S. federal government, they have a bunch of NT4 stuff that no one knows what it does, but when they turn it off, parts of the U.S. Air Force just stop working. So, like, I mean, that's just kind of my feeling that, I mean, NT4 is still, like, I've heard that Xenix was used in a bunch of, like, U.S. military projects, so I wouldn't even be surprised if Xenix is still used in places by the feds. Well, you know, the thing is I could find a Nintendo Wii in Greece, so maybe I believe the Wii is a 733 megahertz PowerPC processor. Oh, Andy, thank you for the $30 super chat. Damn. Call of Duty Wii servers are still active. That's hilarious because that means they're still going, even though, like, the official servers are still up. I didn't even realize Call of Duty was on the Wii. It doesn't, like, what are they playing with the Wii Zapper in Call of Duty? That feels like. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, from what I remember, Parallels, the company that makes the Mac hypervisor, they got their start being the first company to put OS2 in a hypervisor, and they did it specifically for a Russian bank. Like, that's where they got their start from. I am shocked, considering that Activision. That being said, Call of Duty has been Activision Blizzard's cash cow for how many decades? Like, keeping old servers going isn't particularly difficult, so, like, just let it run. The idea of playing Call of Duty with a zapper is, like, what the fuck? I mean, it makes sense to me that I could see people still wanting to play that, because, like, unlike the Wii U gamepad, and I use the word gamepads very loosely here, that actually sounds like it could be fun, but yeah. I mean, Windows didn't use the 32-bit timestamp. I actually do understand that, but you have to understand the PDP-11 for that to make sense. Because remember that Unix was a 16-bit architecture. The original Unix v6, v7 was PDP, was a 16-bit. So doing a 64-bit number on a 16-bit architecture is a suck. 32-bit is annoying as is, but 64-bit. So I can understand how that became a thing, because PDP-11 support in Unix, it lasted pretty well into the 80s, so I can completely see why that just kept going. Banks still love Java. I mean, let's be honest. I'm playing Minecraft, Minecraft Feed the Beast Retro on 1.2.5 in Java on a MacBook Pro on a computer architecture that didn't exist when that pack came out. Yeah. Yeah, I could easily see a lot of banks still running on NT. I mean, the New York City subway was I don't know if they've gone off OS2, but they were still running OS2 into this decade. I think they've tried like 3 times to get off OS2 because the entirety of the MetroCard system was built on top of it. And they're now phasing out MetroCard for OMI, which is not OS2, but yeah. I mean, I understand why JNI exists, but yeah. I don't mind Java as a programming language, and like I really actually like how it does threading, which realistically is something you get the advantage of running in a VM for. ARM v8 was defined in... See, the public date and the date I know are two different things because I did have access to the platform before it was publicly available. I want to say that I saw the first version of the ARM v8. I think it was 2010, maybe very early 2011. They got the silicon out about the first dev units came out around that time, but the first mass market device that was ARM v8 publicly, I want to say it was actually the iPhone, because I remember Apple was like the first one to actually ship a product that was an ARM 64-bit ARM chip. There was bring up delays with the Cortex A53, I think was the first Cortex chip. So yeah. Yeah, I can completely... Oh, hold on. I missed some chats. ASCII Wolf, thank you for the 150 Czech... what the heck? No, Czech... I thought Czech Republic was... I thought they were Euro. I've been to Prague. I should know this one. No, they're still on the front, aren't they? I don't think they're in the Eurozone. Unless I have missed the memo. An excellent chef... that one I'm not surprised of. Like, half the medical industry ran on CE, and of all things, they've been migrating over to Android, which feels like the most inappropriate migration. Like, CE was a nice... I'm hesitant to say it was a nice platform, but dealing with CE is a lot less garbage than dealing with Android, because... every time I've touched Android development, I just feel like I want to stab myself. At least with Apple, it's fucking consistent. You just need a Mac to do it. But, you have to deal with all the fragmentation. You have to deal with the fact that half the devices have APIs that just don't work. Oh, that's Slovakia. So... yeah, no, 5S was the 64-bit. The 4 was 32-bit. That one, it was either 5 or 6. I'm pretty sure it was 5 was the first 64-bit one. The problem is that the laptop is sitting in the stand, so I can't easily type on it right now, and the keyboard is plugged into the desktop because I need to type things. Even though right now we're just watching configure go very, very slowly. Yeah, Eastlink, the problem is that I am on the finest Greek technology for their internet, and as implemented by the Germans, also known as Vodafone Greece. Like, in Athens, the internet was pretty decent, but when you're out in the sticks, it literally feels like wet string internet. I think I had better connectivity in China to the US mainland. Yep. Yeah, I mean, MJD, I completely agree with that. I did a fair bit. If you look through XDA developers, you can find a bunch of old posts from me. Like, I was the one who got Android 2.0's camera. I got... the first Android phone was the HTC Dream, or the T-Mobile G1 as I knew it. And I successfully hacked the camera driver to work on Android 2, and I briefly was in the CyanogenMod dev team IRC channel. So there's that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Google... the fact is that Google abandoned the don't be evil sort of premise for the company. I still prefer them to Amazon to some degree, but it's level, like... I've had the thought of live streaming on Twitch for a while, like for doing the gaming stuff or the language live streams, and just doing the tech videos here. But every time I think about doing something on Twitch, I kind of just want to stab myself. And there's also a personal factor: is I worked at Mixer. I was at Mixer as a contractor just before they got bought by Microsoft. But it is really cool that some of my code archives that were open source under Mixer are now under the Microsoft GitHub repository. So, yeah. Yeah, the Google Play, I understand why they did Google Play API, because the fragmentation problem in in Androids 1, 2, and 4 was really terrible, so the Play API was a way around it. But it's also just this giant blob that is 90% of an operating system, while they can still claim it's free and open source. And, like, I mean, if you're going, like, none of the big tech companies fill me with joy. I think Apple is about the only one that I think is actually serious about privacy and security. The rest, and that's mostly because Apple's main user base has been, like, Apple's core audience hasn't changed through the 90s. It was the main reason why they survived as a company. The iPhone went mass market, but a lot of that is, you know, I feel they data mine for themselves and not other companies, because God knows I have been getting so many prompts from my MacBook Pro about Apple Intelligence. Right now, we are currently building Tar, and it's taking its sweet-ass time to build. Yeah, I had a Trio back in the day, and then I had quite a few Windows mobile phones. I remember reflashing quite a few of them, because the best way you could make a Windows mobile phone not suck was get rid of the carrier branding, which honestly hasn't changed all that much since current day, but it's what I remember. And then that led into Android, and then I ran Android phones from the G1 to the Nexus 6, and I was so fed up with what Android became that I caved. I bought an iPhone, and while I don't love iOS, it fucking works. And, like, you know, it doesn't lose alarms, it doesn't crash, it doesn't do weird shit, and it just is consistent. Especially when I switched broke my last phone and I bought another one, I just put iCloud account and everything comes back. I have never seen the Android migration work. Like, some things will migrate, but it loses like half the settings. No, we have fork ALXHR0. This is subsystem for UNIX. This isn't Cygwin. I know it works for most people. I've just had problem after problem with migrating stuff. Yeah, plus also we stopped having phones with keyboards because, you know, touchscreens are cheaper. Like, I had a few Blackberries, and, like, I think if I really think about all the phones I had, aside from the fact that, not that traveling internationally with a Blackberry was bad, but if you plugged a local SIM card in, you almost never had data because you wouldn't have Blackberry books. It wasn't a problem if you had BlackBerry Enterprise Server, because then it would just work, but I didn't. Yeah, macOS and iOS are still based on Next. There's a direct lineage there. There isn't a whole lot of Mach still left in it. Apple really kind of gutted it, but you can still see all the basic Next bones. Yeah, Anonymous Street, but how's that different from, like, HP Unix? But, I mean, Frank Buffer, that's the entire point. Your phone is only 2 years old. Like, let's be honest, how many smartphones end up in landfill and e-wasted after only a year? I mean, smartphones are like 20% of carbon emissions. My last desktop computer lasted 8 years before I finally retired it and built a new one. My previous laptop, I think I got 5 years out of it. But I don't think I've had a phone that has gone that long without a battery failure or something and had to be replaced. I think the longest I've held onto a smartphone is 3 years. And we get an undefined reference to functions. This is fine. Oh, right. GNU grep is something we are going to want. Undefined reference to W memory copy. I'm currently staring at progress bars, waiting it to do stuff. Yeah, so it built everything, and then it ran into missing symbols. In groups. Of course, that would be... Oh, right, because I'm in the wrong folder. I'm assuming this is just code rot, because this is a very new version. I can just get rid of that. Mem copy. So... Probably should just build an older tar. You hear something beeping. I hear the dog barking, but I don't think the mic would pick that up. Unless it's something on my system that's beeping, like... It seems fine. I really wish I had 2 monitors. The problem is I'm lacking in... I need another DisplayPort cable. Yeah, I think I need to go back a couple of make versions. Let me see if I can figure out. This is really slow. Oh, it may be the terminal bell. Like I said, I don't hear the audio because I have no speakers plugged into this system. Eden Rose, it was the option I had open to me. That's the simple and short version. Like I said, there's quite a bit more details that I'm not going into. Just I'm not ready to tell that story yet. It's like when I left for Portland, I didn't think I'd be heading for Greece in less than 6 months. It would have been quite a bit different had that was the way it was going. Um, hey, Pancake Sparkle. Okay, so we fixed one build error. I'm thinking you know what? I'm just going to be lazy about this. I'm just going to grab an older version of tar. Like, let's go back. Can I go back and see details? Because this feels like a portability bug, and I don't have a good editor. It's like, I don't really want to go down all the trouble. Yeah, why don't we try a version from 2014? This is the end goal of this is to basically do Linux from scratch. Let me throw the failures. Yeah, let me throw that in there. Throw that in there. Well, this is services for Unix. This is the follow up to the original POSIX environment. Yeah, the dog is barking his head off, her head off. The place has two dogs. One is literally psychotic. The other one is relatively chill, but also kind of a shithead. I gotta find some more caffeine. I'm not awake. Let me see what else. I'm gonna let this will just build. I'll be back in a minute. Still running configure. DJ Evergreen. Oregon was never going to be a permanent move. It was just a lot shorter than I was expecting it to be. Like I said, there is a very long series of events that has happened in my life since I left Jersey City. I think I will probably put a more dedicated video. Like, I may actually put it together in a video, kind of explaining the everything. I don't know if I'll post that video publicly. It may be members only. But what I am waiting for is for the full immigration process to finish this and for my permanent residency to be granted, which may be months from now. Because right now I'm kind of in a legal limbo. I have temporary permission for to stay in Greece, which is why I've been able to stay here for 5 months. But that's pending a decision by, and I believe it's by the magistrate to approve the immigration petition. Now, my case is very cut and dry, so I don't actually expect any problems, but it's been weighing on my mind because if something goes wrong, and let's be honest, a lot of things have gone wrong already, then I may be forced into a situation where I will have to leave Greece, and I may have to... I don't know if I would return to North America. I just don't know what my options would be at that point. I have a few, but... yeah, that's kind of what it boils down to. Google has been pretty aggressive with ad blockers on YouTube as of late. I pay for premium, so it's not been an issue for me, but I've heard, like, one of the biggest things is Google always pulls up the regional version of Google, so I get Google GR here. I don't get the main Google, which doesn't really seem to affect anything aside from the fact that the news tab is in Greek instead of English. Like, when I'm up in Canada, I always got Canada CA. Or Canada CA, it was all YouTube.com now. So, well, uBlock Origin no longer got the boot in Chrome. More because the new version of the Chrome extension API apparently makes it so it no longer can work. I don't know if you can still re-enable it, but it's definitely on borrowed time at this point. Yeah, it's like I said, there is a lot of factors at play. It wasn't just the political situation in North America. Yeah. God, this configure script is really slow. Oh God, it may bitch about the year 2038 thing again. YouTube, ever since the war in Ukraine broke out, YouTube has blocked all monetization to Russia, so they don't show ads, they don't show AdSense in Russia. I actually have a permanent banner in my monetization flag saying that, in field, the monetization tab of my screen that says that. It's been there since 2022. So, yeah. I just get the feeling that the thing is that configure is usually pretty slow. It's just that on Linux, fork is very fast, so it doesn't care. But this feels like running a configure script on BSD, which is about the same speed. Yeah. Currently, we're compiling tar, or trying to. I'm building an older version because the new one appears to have some bit rot in it, and GNU-lib is busted, and I just can't be asked to fix it. I don't have a good text editor besides Envi, and well, Envi isn't horrible. I also don't feel like debugging it, The next tool on the list is going to be grep because I want slash hyphen R. And then we're going to look at building newer GCC. Which, if I can build newer GCC, that's the first step towards doing Linux from scratch from Windows XP. The first one I'm going to build is GCC 4.7 because that was the last version that can be built with just a C compiler. After that point, it gets a little bit more sketch. Yeah, services for Unix 4 supported i386 and Alpha. I'm kind of curious if they had a GCC port. There is apparently Vista. There is an WinNT Alpha target in old GCCs, which that may be for, but yeah. Pretty much everything but Mozilla uses, well, it's Blink now, but effectively WebKit and WebKit derivatives. Gecko has kind of been dying off for many years, partially because Mozilla Foundation, I don't know what their management is on, but I haven't had a happy feeling about Mozilla in a very long time. And sometimes I feel like they're trying to kill their fucking product. So yeah, this is paint drying tar edition. Yeah, KHTML died. I mean, it really comes down to pick your poison. Do you want Google control of the web or Mozilla control of the web? Like, of those two, Mozilla is less bad, but Mozilla's management doesn't seem to know what the fuck they're doing, and they haven't in a long time. I mean, I feel like Firefox just gets successfully worse over time. At least Chrome has been relatively consistent since, like, the first version. Like, it's changed. In terms of the user interaction, it hasn't changed all that much. Oh, okay. Screen just went blank. I haven't heard of Ladybug before, so it's kind of awesome if it does happen. I'm not holding my breath. But, I mean, let's be honest here. We live in a world where the internet is de facto controlled by Google, because if a site gets blacklisted by Google, it becomes inaccessible. I mean, yes, there are other search engines like DuckDuckGo, but let's be honest. Google is the search engine for the vast majority of the English-speaking world. And a lot of the world that isn't English-speaking, I think really only Russia, China, maybe Japan have, like, independent ecosystems. But the rest of it is, like, all American tech companies all the way down. I could understand why KDE doesn't want to maintain KHTML. Like, the problem is that the web standards change so goddamn fast. And at this point, the idea of a browser war, like, you really are at a point where browsers have to work, because in the 90s, you generally had the web browser as an application. I mean, these days, let's be honest, everyone who's watching this on a desktop is watching this in Chrome or Firefox. Like, when was the last time you had a day where the web browser wasn't open and you weren't using 6 applications in your web browser? So, oh, okay, Japan is Google. Japan is one of the few, like, large countries that I haven't been to. I've passed through Narita a few times, but I never actually went through immigration. I worked in China for a brief period, and I visited a few more times. It's really fascinating seeing mainland China, Macau, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, because they're all China, but they're all different. This isn't a political statement on the status of Taiwan. Google, please don't demonetize me. Blah, 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 blah. But, I mean, it was kind of really interesting. I went to Taipei for a personal trip, but I did stop in at the corporate offices there. It's like, when I was working in I was working as a liaison for a Chinese company to Canonical, so they punted me on a plane to Shanghai and said, "You come back when it's done." It wasn't as long as that because I was very good at getting that project done, but I really do appreciate a lot about China. And seeing Beijing and the Forbidden City was like, damn. I didn't go back for a long time because getting a visa for China is at the time was irritating. It's less bad now, but that was right before the Trump started trade war free. So I have no idea what the visa process is going to look like. But in 2016, I went to Korea to visit an old friend that I knew in high school. And then from there, I decided, you know what, I wanted to see the mainland this time as a tourist. So I didn't have a valid Chinese visa at that point, so I hopped a flight to Hong Kong, and I used the Chinese visa services in Hong Kong to get a mainland visa. So this left me in Hong Kong for 5 days with no passport. I had a little card that said my passport is with the PRC mission. Or it's not a mission because Hong Kong is and is not. It's complicated. So chat, I'm just kind of not having any luck with this. All right, you know what? Yeah, you know what? We're going to come back to this because, you know what? I don't actually need tar, and I just don't care. grep is something I do need. Grep is going... When things break, having a good copy of grep is like a fucking godsend. So... I'm just not caring. I'm just going to grab grep and we're going to call it good. Let's grab like a recent version of it. I don't know if I really want to try build like the most recent version. Like it doesn't need to be super new. Oh, that's obnoxious. They stopped shipping it in tar.gz format for a while. There's only... Or am I just... No, I'm just blind. Okay, fuck me. Well, no, like... Yeah, here, tar27. Yeah, why don't we try, like... Yeah, no, I'm not blind. Look, there's no GZ files. There's only the XZ files up until here, so fine. We'll try grep 3.6. I think I'm going to have to build XZ just so I can fucking uncompress crap. Like, I can deal with the two-stage commands to make this work. And I guess I could... I'm really hoping this fucking builds. Like, if this doesn't build, it's not going to be pretty. The problem is that I need to build, we're going to have to build GCC, and being in the GNU ecosystem kind of makes that easier. I may actually just try package source because this is actually starting to irritate me. BusyBox only runs on Linux, so BusyBox won't work on this. BusyBox makes direct calls to the Linux kernel programming API. It's not a portable code base. This is proper paint drying. Like, I knew this was going to be slow, but I'm a little surprised at how slow it actually is. I'm just doing this on Windows. I'm doing this on XP because I want to do this on XP. The more actual serious version is that a lot of the subsystem for Unix crap has been purged off Microsoft.com. I'm pretty sure I could find. It's called SUA in later or S. Was it support for Unix applications? I think is what they called it in Windows 7. I could probably find all the bits, but if it's like I'd rather do it with this because this was kind of the follow like playing with the actual subsystem for Linux was kind of the whole point, and this is an interesting period in time for it. I mean, the problem is I just don't have the energy to multitask. I'm honestly kind of on mental fumes right now. Like I said, I was thinking about if I was actually going to stream today, but I wanted to take advantage of East Coast of the United States being up. So this seemed like I said, this is kind of where the project started, and I'm just kind of flying by the seat of my pants on this one. Because I mean, the early 2000s was kind of peak Linux. Ubuntu came out in 2004. It's like if there ever was going to be a year of Linux on the desktop, it really did feel like it was going to be in the 2000s. So the idea of building Linux from scratch from XP kind of appeals to me for that reason. Like, if I do it on Windows 7, sure, I mean, it is what it is, but Windows 7 isn't that old, which means it's a lot less janky, and I think people like watching the jank for some reason. Like, in hindsight, I find it amusing. Doing it in real time is a little bit miserable for me. Yeah, I may just end up going with the package source route. If I could find binaries, it would be ideal, but I was a Debian user in that time period. I think I switched to using Ubuntu somewhere. I believe the first release I worked with at Canonical was Jaunty, but I'm pretty sure I had Motu status with Intrepid or Hardy. So that would have been 804 or 810. So I think I switched to using Ubuntu probably with 704 or 710. Yeah. Yeah, they did go full AOL. I mean, let's be honest, broadband internet still wasn't it wasn't ubiquitous in that period. I mean, dial-up internet was still a thing. So I remember handing out those CDs at locale events. Well, Eden Rose, I'm pretty sure I'm a masochist and most of my community are sadists. Like, I have referred to vintage computing as family friendly BDSM, and like, yeah. We had broadband in my house, I think, from in the early 2000s. I don't remember when we actually got it. Yeah, the problem is, Andy, is that it's going to want the dist files for stuff from this version. There's no way that recent package source is going to run on this version. Um, there is a part of me that kind of feels like that might be the way to go. Yeah, no, I've bootstrapped package source before. I know how it works. Um, but I'd have to find an old release of package source that could still reasonably work on Interix, and then actually bootstrap it, which would be very slow. You know, I'm going to actually... How do I want to do this? Let me take my laptop off the dock. Let me see if I can find that. Because maybe that is actually the winning move here. Because it's going to have to find... Yeah, like, I'm not... Like, package source 2010. I know was it you that uploaded it to like the full collection up to the Internet Archive? The thing is that downloading 40, 50 gigabytes on this internet connection is not going to be fun, to put it very bluntly. Yeah, like I would... InterX support was added in 2004. There's binary distributions. There's also the bootstrap stuff. The problem I've had with using old package source is that half the time it's pointing, you have to manually edit the files or just chuck in the tarballs so it can find it. It's kind of why I'm trying not to do that. I'm pretty sure Toybox would depend on the Linux APIs. I mean, the whole point of Toybox and BusyBox is to be as small as possible. The less C library you need, the better that is. Please do package source. Package source is NetBSD's package manager that, like NetBSD itself, is highly portable. So it basically builds for everything. I doubt Starlink would be better than this, for one, and two, I don't want to give Elon Musk money. Elon Musk is a representation of everything wrong in tech. Plus, you know, let's be honest, it's not like he didn't make a certain gesture on stage that was very clear what it was, even though people keep defending him over it. This is much more Glacier than I thought it would be. Like, it's a good thing we didn't do this on VirtualBox. I think we'd still be waiting for NetHack to build. Well, it's building out the makefile now, so maybe question mark it will work dot question mark dot. XP is running on Hyper-V right now. No, it's XP on Hyper-V. It's not on VirtualBox. Man, it's chugging. Like, I'm actually curious. What is the processor utilization right now? I mean, considering that configure is not a multi-threaded thing, it has got one core basically pegged out. The host system is an AMD Ryzen 3600 running at 3.3 gigahertz. So, yeah, I mean, this is bottlenecked on I/O. I'm almost certain it's an I/O bottleneck. Which is something I will write about in the script. Like, it's not running on a potato. Yes, POSIX processes do show up in the processes tab. Well, they show up as POSIX.exe, but they do show up. Hold on, processes for all users. Yep, there it is. There's KSH. There's gmake. There's int. Cron. inetd is in there. So you need the hotfix for SMP, the README of GXP. The problem is I have no good way to copy the files over. I don't have a USB stick handy, and the desktop is currently on the 5G network. See here, Tick Wet-Box, maximizing host background processes on server computers. Where is that box? Isn't that like in hardware or something, or performance settings? Yeah, performance settings. Oh, look, it died again with the same goddamn flipping error. I'm not salty. Why would I be salty? I'm assuming it's complaining because I don't have this as a system call. Which really feels like it's something I... Well, I see this configure here. Define my mcopy, blah, 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 blah. Because ultimately, this is still a Microsoft libc. It's not a BSD one or stuff. I don't hear Morse code. That may be the music, because I don't hear it. I could use non-GNU grep. The fact that everything GNU is basically breaking, because we had... This was the same exact fucking build failure we had. I think the fundamental problem is that this libc is questionable. I think at the fundamental root of the issue is it wants wmemcopy, the wide memcopy, which my system just doesn't have. It's a very old function that should be there, but it isn't. At least, hold on. Is there? Yeah, no, I don't have it. User lib wmemcopy. Can I, hold on. Maybe I can get it. Maybe if I install iCove, I can add it. wmemcopy. Yeah, see, that was added to POSIX in 2008. So this is POSIX 2003. So what this tells me is that there is a hard cap on how... All right, so now I'm getting the idea of what I can actually build and not build. So I think the hard cap is really 2008 is the cutoff. I probably can get some newer stuff to build, but yeah. All right, you know what? I can work with that. So if we go with, say, grep from 2007... Yeah, like if I was using Windows 7, this wouldn't be a problem, but because I'm on XP, I think, yeah, I'm starting to get the idea of what I'm going to actually be able to build and not build. Let's see if this one builds. Well, the thing is that GNU-lib exists to basically add the functions to platforms that don't have it, but it's assuming wmemcopy is there, and that is a POSIX function that's just a little too new for this system to have. Schmeiser, I probably butchered that. I looked at it earlier in tar because tar died with the same exact build failure. But this is giving me an idea of what I can and can't build. Like, as long as I can get GCC 4.7 working, and ideally later GCC, because GCC shouldn't care as much about the host platform as a lot of other things, because GCC runs on fucking everything. I should be able to do this. I can't just install glibc because it won't know how to talk to the NT kernel. Even if I'm still limited to Linux kernel 2.6, it's not going to be terrible, but I'm pretty sure we can get a newer GCC than that. GCC does not use GNU-lib. I know that one for a fact. It doesn't. So there's and I've had pretty good luck. Like, people have gone GCC 7 running on IRIX. So there's in fact, I'm pretty sure someone's gone GCC 10 running on IRIX. Yeah, I could implement it with one line of code. I just kind of don't want to do that. Like, because every time I fiddle with programs like that, it becomes one more bit of pain. I just need basic utilities that work, and then I go from there. Like, if I have to do it for GCC, I will do it for GCC, but I want to see if this even builds. Liberty has, I believe that's all the support functions for the binary format definition stuff. But again, GCC runs on everything. It runs on flipping OS 2 for, and older platforms, and it's still supported on a whole bunch of them. So, like, DJGPP is still a thing. The problem is that I'm trying to build userland tools. Well, Bezin, if you want to see why no one used the NT4 era of this, I have a video up on the channel about it. This is a lot more functional than what it used to be. I think if this fails, I'm just going to bite the bullet and we're going to just try using GCC. And if that also fails, I might just go with Windows 7. We'll... Okay, that's a problem I can fix. That one I know how to fix. Actually, there's an easier way, because I do not want to deal with text info. User bin true. Yeah, so I mean, this can run a configure script. I couldn't manage that before. Yeah, I just don't want to install text info because that's just going to be... It's not going to be painful, it's just going to be dreadfully slow. Hey, we actually fucking managed to build something. Why the flip did that fall over? I don't care, I've got grep. And I'll also grab egrep. Why doesn't I'm... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Bash RC. No, it's at the start of the path. Why is it... Okay, I guess it's working now. That was weird. Alright, so success. God, tab completion is so effing nice. Alright, so I have grep, I have bash, I have gtar, or not gtar, I have... gtar would be really nice. I don't have the witch command, weirdly enough. Like, I might actually have to go install core utilities for it. Because I feel like shit's going to care about that. So if we're going to actually try and build GCC, I feel like that's like the next step we should move towards. 4.7. So if we want to build GCC, we're going to need... What is... I'm assuming this is bin utilities. Yeah, it is bin utilities. So I actually probably don't need bin utilities for this. I may have to upgrade it, but if I don't have to, I don't want to. So we're going to want GCC. Yeah, 4.7 was the last one that you could build with just whatever. I think it was past that point it became more obnoxious. You know, though that makes me a question. Do I have G++? I do have G++. Okay. Okay, that's downloading. We need the other dependencies. We need GMP. I think that's in the no, GMP is here. How long is that going to take to download? 9 minutes. Which tells me I should really have downloaded that in advance, but well, whatever. Details. So I want a version of GMP from roughly the same time period. Oh, you bastards. Did you really stop shipping it in GC format? Fine, I'll grab 5.3. We need MPC. Well, MPC I believe is in the non-GNU folder. So we also need MPFR. Preferably from around the same time period. And we need MPC. And that would be in the non-GNU folder. Or not? Where is MPC? Oh, there it is. MPC. We might also need Flex and Bison, but I'm only going to do that if the configure script complains about it. So that should be everything we need for GCC 4.7. Now, if we're lucky, we'll basically just be able to build it. So, given that, let's go into GCC 4.7. Do I have GC cat? No. GC unzip. How do I get gunzip to send it to the terminal? Oh, it's -C. Also, my cursor appears to have effed off. All right, sorry, I wasn't paying attention to chat all that closely for the last 5 minutes. So hopefully this is not going to be absolutely miserable and dreadful to build. It might be absolutely miserable and dreadful to build, but I'm going to be optimistic about this. Okay, well, it's running. Well, we did use PuTTY to telnet into localhost. And I'm assuming that's my copy done. It is. Alright, I'm going to stretch my legs because, like I said, I'm kind of shaky today, but I really do want to make headway on this. I'm not going to have a lot of time this week to work on it. But yeah. Alright, I'll be back. You guys can watch the configure script and listen to the music. Unless the... Oh, no, screen came back. Or not. I don't know if it cut out on stream, but the thing cut out for me, but the display link adapter I'm using is a little bit iffy. Oh, wow, it's still configuring. I found an energy drink in the fridge. It is called Kong Strong Wild Power. And the labeling on it is only... it's in Greek and English. It's sold by Lidl. Now, this is a European energy drink, so this is probably about as strong as a cup of coffee. But, it's that or I go find where the coffee... Go make the coffee maker do something. Ooh, wow. You immediately feel that. It tastes like knockoff Red Bull. It's still better than Monster. But you know what? It could taste like piss and I'd still drink it if it woke me up. The problem is that downloading anything from the Internet Archive is a sad. Like, when I was... Like, the connection I'm getting to the Internet Archive, which is on the west coast of the United States, was like 50 kilobytes a second. So that would probably be a full day of downloading. I'm not a big coffee fan, I'll be honest. Like, I'll have it if someone serves it to me, but it's never something I will ever have myself. Well, it's possible that Monster in your part of the world is not the pit. There's Monster and then there's knockoff Monster in the United States. But yeah, the amount of caffeine is limited by, you know, these things called health and protection laws in the EU. Here. I don't usually drink energy drinks because they don't usually help, but this is the day where I did sleep 7 hours, so I shouldn't be this dead. But I also cranked out an entire fucking video last night, so maybe it makes sense. It's not so much wet string internet, is that the Internet Archive is largely data go in, data only very rarely come out, so their system is mostly... It doesn't have great throughput, is what I've discovered. Yeah, I've had better luck with the torrent options, but sometimes they just don't work. What I've done in the past is I would download a torrent, and then Synology NASs actually have a BitTorrent client on them, so I would just put it on that and then like let it download overnight, and that's what I may end up doing. Yeah, that sucks, frame buffer. For me, it's 90% sleep issues, so stimulants don't really help. Like, I've tried them, I've been on Ritalin, I've been on Adderall in the past, and I didn't notice a damn difference. Aside from the fact I used to get massive headaches on them. See, now, that's the performance I was expecting. It really is just configure as complete dog shit. Like, that's compiling reasonably fast. Oh, I just heard the fans on the desktop kick on, so it is actually... Where's my mouse? Chat, we're at full the full operation of this antique is going. We are actually using all 6 cores that I gave it. The problem isn't the compile step. The problem is configure is dog shit. I am speed. Well, I'm reasonably confident that building GCC on this might be a lot less miserable than I thought it was going to be. Configure is the thing. So the reason configure sucks so much is it is literally a shell script generated by M4 macros that's designed to work on anything that is resembling the standard SH. Like, it will run on basically anything from the 80s. It still will. So it's written in very archaic shell dialect that all variants of Unix can kind of grok to some extent. Well, suddenly, I think the speed suddenly ran out. Oh no, it's doing the link step. That doesn't. That's not surprising. The linker is probably. I'm pretty sure if we look at it now, it's 1 core completely pegged out. No. Interesting. I would think it would be faster than this, but yeah, I think it's running the link step, or it got stuck in a race condition. Yeah, that's also why it doesn't use function definitions. I would think that, and I think at this point, no one understands configure well enough to even risk upgrading it, so it just kind of keeps chunking along. There's some things I appreciate about configure, like if you've ever had to cross-compile with CMake, it is the most miserable experience in the world. Well, right now we need to build a newer GCC. I could theoretically do this with GCC 3.3, But the first rule of cross-compiling with GCC is you want a native compiler that is the... You can get away without doing this, and I have, but the basic rule is you want the native compiler to be the same exact version of GCC that you're building, because you will have you can run into what is called ooga booga bugs if you don't do that, because it's how it is officially done. The official steps, which are somewhere on the GCC website, say that you should build the same exact native compiler that you're going to cross-compile with. Cross-compiling was technically possible from it might even be possible with GCC 1, but I know it can be done with GCC 2, but it became a lot less fucking miserable in GCC 3 and 4, and newer is better, and newer is relative. I think it... What, did it hang? This is also the same... Okay, what we just saw there was the reason why I don't actually like using the J switch. Because of that. That's why, up until relatively recently, Debian and Ubuntu both built with J1. Unless the developer manually enabled it in the makefile. There's a flag in Debian rules to do that. But you just saw the reason why I don't like using the J flag. Yep. No, we have Hyper-V going. And this isn't GCC, this is just GMP. We're building the support libraries right now. This is the GNU multi-precision library. It does deep magic with floating point numbers. This is one of the most ooga booga pieces of software you can build. So, once we have newer GCC, yep, okay, that's linking. Hopefully it doesn't hang again. Yeah, no, it's still going. The King Kong has been drank. And I can actually feel the caffeine, so... Yeah, nope, the fans are going full tilt. Yep. I probably should run make check on this because of reasons. Windows has an interesting idea of how Windows and Linux run the floating point unit in different ways, and I'm a little worried this is going to get confused. So, although it shouldn't actually care because it specifically is targeting Pentium, which is what InterX builds for by default. The toolchain targets 586 and specifically Pentium and not 686. Yep, nope, it's going full tilt. I mean, we can see it over here in the corner. Although I don't know if that will be visible on stream. Alright, it's doing the link step. Hey, it actually built. I don't remember how long gmake check is. Like, let me let it run a couple tests and see if it's, like, okay. There are multiple floating point libraries. Or do I kind of just want to YOLO this? Let me let it run some of the tests just so I know it's not completely broken. Because this is going to... This takes a long time to run. And you never want to run make check with a J option, although this looks like this is going to build for a while. It's running on top of Hyper-V. The host CPU is an AMD Ryzen. Oh god, opening Process Explorer on this. Yeah, that's actually not... Yeah, okay, we have some passes. Yeah, it looks like it's happy. I'll let this run for 10 minutes. If it's not done, I'll Control-C it. Oh, okay, or maybe it'll just finish those tests. I guess it's building more tests. No, you're right. It's integer code, the floating point precision ones. No, Chad is right. I'm wrong. I'm just... potato brain. No, Chad is correct. GMP is integers, MFPR is floats. This is when you need those 256 ints. Yeah, it does have hardware SSE. Whether or not... It's not going to be used because this is specifically targeting Pentium. Yeah. Yeah, I'll let it run for 10 minutes. I'm looking at the time. I think the goal tonight is to build GCC 4.7, because I think by time we actually have GCC 4.7 done, we'll be at the 5-hour mark. Hopefully. Maybe. Question mark. After that, I'll punch out a script for this video. I'm not going to edit it tonight. I'm a little bit too cooked for that. It wasn't the best choice for XP. It was the choice that wasn't dog shit slow. That is the official reason we are going with this. Because right now, we kind of actually do care about performance. And thus, this is why I'm not doing it on the MacBook Pro with UTM. Building GCC in emulation is one of the most painful things I've ever done, and I've done it multiple times in my life. If I can avoid that, that is a good thing. I'm not sure how late of a build of Linux we're actually going to be able to build with this. Basically, the later GCC I can get, the later we can go. The problem is that parts of the core system these days, like, have a lot of very interesting dependencies, like PolicyKit needs Moj.js. I'm not going to be able to... I don't think I can build that on a 32-bit system. Well, the thing is, I do want to do shit with UUCP, but I'm trying to stick to one project at a time. Oh, that one quit. Windows NT exception. That is interesting. That's also a little concerning that that's breaking. I'm assuming it's having problems with some of the execution modes. Yeah, that's a little concerning. It failed a multiply test. Yeah, that's definitely a little concerning. Yes, it does actually make a core dump. Okay, so it blew its brains out on 9 of 43. What do I have the core files here? I'm assuming it's trying to put the GPU into a mode, Yeah, okay, so apparently GDB cannot open core files, because that's what it was doing before. I do have the source code of their version of GMP that they used for Interx. It's on the CD. I don't know if they have patched it. I'm a little hesitant to use this. I can change the GPU precision mode to something else. We're going to go with it for now. If shit breaks, I know where to look. It only failed in a certain handful of tests. And reasonably speaking, the thing is that it flat out crashed, which means that if if GCC core dumps with Windows NT exception, I know where to look. Oh, you know, you're right. I could do that. You know what? Maybe we should do that. I think it's configure host i46. Because I need to know the triplex. Yeah, I think if I do prefix opt GCC 47 host i486 PC interx 3. That's probably the case. I mean, the fact of the matter is we've already seen it go bleh with the no execute bit, so it doesn't exactly surprise me. So maybe if we set it to 486 mode, it will be happy. Hold on. I'm not completely convinced that that's going to limit it. GMP does really weird shit with the host triplex. Fuck it. It only took about 10 minutes to build. We might as well just try it. It may just dump the files in the wrong place, but I can fix that by hand. No, it adds NX. The problem is that Services for Unix blows its brains out if NX is enabled, as we discovered the hard way. Someone actually did find the hotfix to fix it, but I didn't see that this morning, and I can't easily download it on here. Yeah, let's see if targeting 486 makes it less bullshit. I'm happy I ran the test suite. I will say that I'm kind of impressed by this. I kind of wished I used it back in the day. Like I said, I mostly used Cygwin when I had to use XP. Although most of the time when I was dealing with Cygwin, it was building stuff for Windows, but I had to run a configure script. Like, if you've ever built FFmpeg, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Because FFmpeg has a configure script that has to be run in SH, even though it builds with Visual Studio. I remember I have very clear memories of doing that. So Services for Unix would not be all that useful. But I'm kind of surprised this didn't get more use back in the day. Maybe because it, compared to Subsystem for Linux, it's definitely not as polished, but it's not bad. Like, this is definitely nicer than what I've dealt with building crap under Cygwin. And like you have the case sensitive file system such. No, like if I really wanted to run esoteric software, I had the idea of trying to run Slashdot.org's code base, or at least the fork used by Soylent News, known as Rehash. The problem is that would require more Perl than I'm willing to do. Yeah, it was a pretty small community. I do remember that community existing, though. But like I said, I never played with this back in the day, because at this point in my life, I think I was still using Mac OS as my daily driver, because in middle school and in high school, I was rocking iBooks. And then I jumped ship for Linux somewhere around Mac OS 10.4, 10.5, shortly after the Intel transition, because that would be 2006. And I went from Mac OS to Linux because I was just running Linux on PowerPC. And at that point, you should just buy an Intel machine. Like, in some ways, this is nicer than what Services for Linux v2 is. v1 was actually really clever. I wish they kept it. I understand why they didn't, because the kernel API expands quickly, and it's annoying to keep having to add syscalls. Virtualizing it is a lot simpler. Perl 6 has like all the problems of Perl 5, except it has actual functions. I looked at Perl 6. I know there's people that like swear by it, but I see nothing appealing about Perl 6 as a programming language. Okay. Yeah, that time it's linking generic and x86. So that may be that Pentium FPU functions just do not work the way. That's almost certainly the problem. Because if it's using Pentium, it's probably doing something with the with the FPU that NT doesn't like. And I was worried that was going to be a problem. Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is that Microsoft didn't really want people using this. For the people that needed it, they needed it. But people wanted you to stay within the Microsoft ecosystem. This was at the height of time where Microsoft had basically just destroyed the market for competition. It had driven the commercial Unixes out of business. And then Linux ate up what was left. Well, we still have to wait for it to build. Although, yeah, it's still building. Yeah, I played around with Xenix. I put together... Xenix is interesting. It's... Of the early 90s, late 80s Unixes, I would say it's one of the best put together. And I don't know if that's due to SCO or due to Microsoft, but it's a lot better than other shit from that time period. It's also possible it's unhappy. I mean, AMD is known to have problems with its 32-bit backwards compatibility with VME. So it is entirely possible that it's not NT at fault. This may just be 2020 AMD Ryzen processor shit. But 486 8087 mode should be kosher if it's trying to do something with Pentium map. No, it doesn't make sense that it would be having issues with Pentium math code. I mean, this is userland crap, but we'll see if it fixes it. They're similar. Xenix is roughly BSD-esque, and SunOS was BSD-esque. The biggest difference is with Xenix, you're dealing with derivatives of... the compiler is related to Microsoft Quick C and early Microsoft C compiler, so it's essentially the ancestor to the modern CL. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that compiler actually started life on UNIX. If I had to do full system emulation, I think we would die waiting of the heat death of the universe. No, Linus used Minix, which is different from Xenix. Minix was a project done by Andrew Tannerbaum as a learning project out of the Netherlands after AT&T restricted access to the Unix source code. His publisher didn't let him put it under an open source license, but it was... You basically could get it for $50 by buying the textbook, and there was no real restrictions on how you used it, and it did hang here again. And also, this is me getting used to having an ISO enter key, because I hit the backslash as I push the key down. I don't have a side-by-side. I'm not doing anything special. The only thing that should be on the stream is the Windows XP desktop, because I can't use my webcam when I'm streaming off the desktop, and I don't have a USB one for it. There's no Minix code in Linux. Linus did it entirely from scratch. He only used Minix as a host platform. I have had the idea of booting up ancient Minix and then trying to bootstrap Linux 0.1. I know everything I would need for it because it's all on the MCC interim distribution. So finding all the source tarballs shouldn't be terrible. But it would also mean bending ancient versions of GCC into a cross compiler. Like, I'm not even sure I would do a cross compiler. I honestly don't know. I'd have to. When we get to that vintage of GCC, my knowledge kind of departs the building. Well, Minix was always meant as a learning tool. It was never like a all-in-one sort of thing. I'm pretty sure this hung again. And this is why parallelization options are cursed, because I'm pretty sure if I just did J1, the problem would go away, but it would take much longer to build. I remember EGCS, or GCC 297 as Red Hat shipped it. I played with Coherent briefly. I thought about doing a stream on it, but I couldn't think of anything interesting to do with it. It's very bare bones. Like, there's no networking stack. It doesn't self-host. It's built with Borland C from DAWs, as far as I could tell. Like, it's interesting in its own right, but I literally could not think of a single thing to do with it. Build NetHack. Maybe. Coherent was basically an alternative to VNix. Like, for people that just needed basic Unix and didn't care about networking, it was exactly... And that was common in that day. I mean, networking wasn't a standard feature until, like, the mid-90s. You might be able to get hack to build, if not NetHack. It's probably missing... It probably doesn't have turn cap or curses. Like I said, I couldn't think of anything actually interesting to do with it. That's the problem I have with doing Unix videos. Like, I did the one on Sun OS because the fact that Netscape was missing Yellow Pages, had a Yellow Pages specific binary was interesting enough to me to justify making that video. But... like, if I wanted to do something with, like, say, Intel Unix or Dell Unix, it's like, what the fuck do I do with it after I install it? Coherent 4 may have had TCP/IP. I don't know what versions they open sourced. Like I said, I've never played with it all that much. It doesn't have X. It does have Manager as a UI. Hey, look, it actually flipping builds. All right, let's run check. Let's see if that made the problem go away. I would, earlier in the year, I was doing well on doing workouts and such. And it's like, there is a part of me that kind of wants to live stream myself exercising, but I don't know how well that would go. All right, Chunky Boy, Chunky Number Library is going burr. I mean, the whole problem with doing videos on ancient Unix is the only thing those systems are good for were typesetting. What I've learned from experience is that when my videos are 90% command line, my view count is like 10% of what it normally is. If it's not visually interesting, people don't watch it. I hate to say it like that, but that's kind of how it works. Local time here is 0046. I have played with HP Unix. My opinion of HP Unix is my opinion of HP's printers. It's overpriced, barely does what it says on the tin, and its compiler is the most god-awful piece of shit I've ever used. ACC... I struggle to call ACC a C compiler. I've seen it choke on stuff, and the only reason I ever tried to use it is because GCC on Itanium is worse. I'm not talking about the default compiler. That's CC. That's a CC C87 compiler. I am talking about ACC. Like, see, I am a little concerned about making a video on this, but the fact that my concurrent view count is triple digits tells me that there is at least interest. And of all my live stream VODs, my Linux from scratch ones did the best. They have like 20,000 views, which for a VOD is kind of obscene. I never could get myself to get and edit it into a video. And there were issues with the video content. Back in those days, I didn't have a great grip on how to record a stream and then make the stream look nice. Yep. Yeah, I mean... HP Unix, it's not just that. Half of the standard library in HP Unix just doesn't fucking work. If you watch my AIX video, there's like that long rant about stirred to IMAX. It's like that, but half of the function calls in the C library are present but do not work. Half the checks and configure exist because of HP Unix. Unixware is still around, although SCO is not. They got bought out by a venture capital group called Zenus, something like that. And they still sell licenses for it. I sort of had the idea of doing this, but on Unixware, just to thumb my nose at SCO 20 years later. But I couldn't be asked. I just could not be asked. I did show the network login on SunOS 4. Like I said, that was one of my worst performing videos, and I was really disappointed by that one. Nope, it is still throwing exception core dumps. That's unfortunate. Yeah, okay, so this is the same exact problem. Alright, so we're just going to go with the Pentium build. We're going to install it, and we're going to cross our fingers that we don't care. It was a good idea. I mean, I kind of suspected the same. I'm pretty sure on the CD I have their copy of GMP. That being said, it's a very old copy of GMP. Like, if we do explore... I mean, they would have had to distribute the source. I'm assuming it's on here. Well... They kind of should... Wait, was GMP required for GCC3? They may have not had GMP on it. If I had to use soft FPU, yeah. I'm going to take my chances with the failed test because at least we know it's faulty. The compiler should not care. Like, it legitimately should not care. But the thing is, the compiler will core dump if it tries to run those code paths. Yeah, if the compiler falls over, I know where to look at least. And there may be patches available. It's also possible that this is GCC free is having problems building this. Because, like I said, this is a much newer GMP than this compiler was ever planning to build. So it is also possible we're hitting an edge case in the compiler. Which might actually maybe worth a recompile. Alright. Well, we're going to come back to that, and we're going to hope... I think I have to do MPC first. Hey, what happened to my tab complete? There it goes. Yeah, I found that completely hilarious. Yeah, it was completely immune because the way the processor works, there was a lot of memes about, like, over Itanium over that one. Fuck it. Well, it's not. No, it's not a mitigating feature. The thing is that Spectre and Meltdown deal with out of order execution. Itanium doesn't have out of order execution. It makes the process of scheduling pipelines a problem for the compiler, and it turns out solving that problem at compile time is really hard. Yeah, that's an accurate description of Itanium, Ooga Booga processor. Well, I mean, if you want to see scary, scary, horrific code... I would think it would have looked in the prefix by default, but apparently not. The problem is that if I have to rebuild GMP with soft float, I also have to rebuild the everything else. We're kind of just going to go with a hope and a prayer on this one. This could legitimately just be a GCC problem. Because it is GCC 3.3 building a code base from 2014. So, yeah. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that this is a GCC problem. The ISA is interesting in an academic sense. Oh, right, wrong version. I have to do MPFR first. Well, it depends on the programming language. Apparently, Fortran compilers on Itanium work really amazing because Itanium is the one thing Itanium is good at is math, because that is an easy thing to parallelize. General purpose crap, not so much, but math, yes. But a DSP is still going to be faster. Yeah, I mean, VMS has always been in this weird. Ever since the end of DEC, the hobbyist program kind of just has been limping along. HP kept it alive, but it was. They basically outsourced it to the DEC user groups, and then VSC do thingy. See, I've thought about doing videos on VMS. The problem is that I'd have to crack it. And not only would I have to crack it, I would actually have to go into details on why. Because unlike a lot of things, VMS disables the network stack and a lot of features if it doesn't have a license pack. And the hobbyist program specifically says it's not commercial, and like I don't want to make it go away. Like I feel like a really shitty human being. So it's sort of what it goes down to. I think when they mean community participation, it's AMD64, but I've sent emails to VSI, or at least I think I messaged them, like, their socials, trying to see if I could do a video on them, and it never got a response. So I get the impression that they're basically just keeping VMS open, running for the customers that need it, and they don't really care about growth, which is not uncommon for a lot of endgame things. I mean, so that's basically how Oracle is treating Solaris. Like, they really have not added much. They added USB 3 support because, like, hardware needs it, but there hasn't been a whole lot of interest, like a whole lot of innovation coming out of Oracle Solaris. They define non-commercial very narrowly in the hobbyist program. It really does mean you are only using this for your own entertainment. At least the old one. I haven't looked at the more recent ones. If you can find someone at VSI who might be willing to help me, let me know. Ideally, I know they have the rights to Vax VMS, but they may not. That being said, if I can get rights to the alpha version, I could run it in an emulator. There's no way to emulate the Itanium one, and I don't have the hardware. Or I could use the x86 ones. Yeah, I mean, if someone at VSI could actually, like, figure that one out, like, I would be happy. Like, I haven't taken sponsorship deals on this channel, but, like, if VSI would be happy to sponsor a video on OpenVMS, or at least just let me do it, I would be completely happy to do that. There's a Discord in the description. My email is in my YouTube profile. It's michael@casadeval.pro, though. So, alright, that's building. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, VMS has a couple roles that it works very well in. Like, Files 11 still doesn't have an equivalent in most other operating systems. Like, version file systems seems like this idea that should have taken off and never did. The closest thing we get to that is, like, shadow backup copies in Time Machine. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what I would do with VMS, but if someone at VSI can say, these are the features we would love you to demonstrate, and, like, just point me at the documentation, I would be so willing to do that, and I would be willing to do it as a sponsored deal. Like, I'm set up as an LLC in the United States, so I can sign a business-to-business contract. That's not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is the thing is that VSI did build new versions of Alpha VMS, and like, fuck, if they want to hire me to resurrect the VAX version, I know they have the source code to it. I have been told that from previous deck insiders that they have the rights to deck VMS or to the VAX VMS port. The problem is they have to scrub out the HP from it. And they just don't have anyone that is willing to do that. That's what I've been told. Whether or not it's true is a different thing. But I would be very happy to do some VMS content. And like, I've been mulling... If you saw my video on OpenBSD and NetBSD, the machine I did on that, which I still have access to, was in a VAX cluster. I kind of have wanted to run VMS on it, but to run VMS on it means that I would have to set up VMS in SimH, set up mop boot the damn thing, and then I could install it. So that means I'd have to crack it not once but twice because it's two separate machines, and the license is... Unless you have, like, the commercial site license, like, there's an entire reason why I have not gone down that road. My understanding was the reason they didn't do a VAX version was that they didn't want to build or support it. But I don't know, like, I have no insider knowledge on that. I just listen to people talk. And there's a bunch of old deck hands that hang out in some of the chats that I'm in. But my understanding, but I'm pretty sure VSI has built alpha versions, and if I can get a license for the alpha version, I can emulate it because there's free APX64, which while it is a pricey commercial license, they have the somewhat limited but not terrible shareware license. I can do the AMD 64 build. I would be completely happy to deal with that. Like, I would be happy to make a video on OpenVMS, period. The problem is I don't know how to make OpenVMS. I don't know much about OpenVMS. I've never played with it. I had hardware that could run it, but I never actually ran it on the problem is that the Itanium hardware I had was not compatible with the graphics card. So it was serial only, and I didn't play with that machine very often when I had it. Yeah, I mean, VAX VMS is still used. There's an entire cottage industry for emulating VAX VMS. But if they were to let me do it, obviously I would talk with them on what they want me to cover, and the good, the bad, and the ugly. Like, you know, it's one of those things that I would be very happy to do it, and so forth and so on. But I'd also want to know what I should talk about, because there's a lot of history with VMS, but if I was doing it as like an actual like sponsorship crap, I'm assuming they would want more of a sales pitch, which still works. Let's be honest, demonstrating VMS stuff is neat, and making it an interesting video is also neat. I just don't know how well it would do. Unfortunately, some of my more esoteric videos, it's very hit or miss if I get contact. It is apparently running the install script, but maybe, I don't know. Oh no, it's chugging. I meant to run make check, not make install. Let's see how broken this is. Okay, cool. I'm not checking the Discord. I'm going to be kind of busy over the next 2 days, so I can't promise super quick responses, but I'm on Discord more. I do check Discord fairly regularly. So we're waiting for make check to do things. The thing is that I have to figure out how I'm going to do the... I guess I'm going to do the freestanding route for building a cross-compiler. I don't think the cross-compiler is going to happen tonight. I think building GCC 4.7 is going to be the limit. Although you just remind me, I never actually migrated my Restless Systems email off of Gmail. So that's a thing I need to do. I moved my personal email to Proton Mail about a year ago. I never actually got around to doing my business email, so I should like get on that. All right, so it's building all the tests. I will say that the King Kong energy drink did actually wake me up. I kind of wish I had a second one. I'll be back in a moment. Well, it's still building the test suite. Sorry, I'm just kind of standing here. I hate mental fog days, and I tend to be mentally fogged when I A, don't sleep well, or B, I'm not up with the sun. Like, Alaska was amazing because the sun was always up. I don't know what ads you're talking about, LGR, LBS. I'm assuming it would build. I mean, SQLite will build on basically anything. It uses like free C functions. It's basically a self-contained ecosystem. I also can be reached on Mastodon, although I don't check Mastodon super often. I moved from Twitter, well, from X to Mastodon for reasons that should be obvious. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure SQLite has been ported to more platforms than Tetris. Maybe even Doom. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. SQLite 3 has probably been fed through every single C compiler ever made. Like, SQLite shows up in everything. I've seen it on Motorola dumb phones in the 2000s, which means that they built it for Phone 2K. Yeah, I mean, SQLite is one of those code bases that, like, I have no complaints about. It does exactly what it does it well, and it's a standard fucking data format, which means that if you have to tinker with the internals of a SQLite database, you just use the tool, no fucking around required. It wouldn't surprise me if you could build it for bare metal. Like, it doesn't require much. I think the only things that I'm assuming for, like, the in-memory implementation, it doesn't even need the C library, or if it does, it only needs, like... Yeah, it really doesn't need a whole lot of anything for that. SQLite to re-implement files 11. That... I know for a fact that paste.ubuntu.com was a SQLite database, and it was something like 30 gigabytes 15 years ago. I'm wondering what it is now. Yeah, I mean, the SQLite guy, and it really is like one of those one-man projects, he built his own entire version control system known as Fossil for it. Like, talk about living off the land. I mean, self-hosting your own development tool in your own version control powered by your own development tool. That's just hardcore. I mean, that's it's basically what Linus did with Git, but still. I still remember when Linux was in the BitKeeper era. Oh, funny enough, BitKeeper is open source these days, which if I could figure out how to make a video on version control interesting, I might go down that rabbit hole. I've used monotone in anger. Pigeon used monotone. I've used Drax, Git, obviously, Bizarre, both the original version and the much more newer much more well-known and up to current BZR. I've used CVS, Subversion, SourceSafe. I don't think I've actually used what is it? What? Not Teamwear. It's the thing that replaced Visual SourceSafe. I can't remember what it was called. Team Community Server? Doesn't sound right to me. Let's see here. What else did it... what else have I used? I've used some pretty esoteric ones. I've used Tim Lord's Arch, which was probably the single worst version control system I ever used. I've never used ClearCase, but I've heard horror stories. TFS, that's what it's called. I don't think I've ever actually used TFS on a project. I've used BitKeeper. Well, the problem is that what is his fucking name? The Sun guy. Levoy? He pissed off the entire Linux community when he banned that one developer for making hits to HG Mercurial. That one I've used. Mozilla uses them. I have used Perforce, although only to read source code. I've never used it for commit. I want to say the BSDs were on Perforce, but I don't actually remember when I used it. I just remember using it. And I remember P4 being one of the weirdest command syntaxes I've ever used. Yeah, I worked at Canonical, so Bizarre, I know Bizarre. I've had to also babysit it when it shat its brains out. Perforce, the main reason Perforce has held on is that it did large files well 20 years before we had Git LFS. And realistically, for a lot of places, Git doesn't really give you an advantage. I just remember P4's view of the world was very strange coming from Subversion. It wasn't bad, but it was like talking... It was like talking French, but weird, like, I don't know, like being in Quebec. I've never used P9. I've never used the P9 file system. I don't think I've ever run... I tried to run Plan 9 for a stream, but I couldn't even get it to run in a VM, so that ended that. Nor could I get Inferno to run. Tailscale for Plan 9. That sounds horrific. That sounds like absolute hell on earth. Like, I can't... Plan 9 has fascinating in how it works, but I don't think I'd ever want to ever interact with it. 9P has held on in it shows up in weird places. The weirdest thing from Plan 9 is that its linker and assembler became part of Golang. And it is such a weird piece of shit. I don't have a problem with Go, the programming language. I have a problem with Go, the compiler, because GC is garbage. GCC Go should be like the thing they used and not the weird agglomeration of Plan 9's toolchain to sort of, but not quite, be a back-end compiler. It's the only time I've ever seen putting it in words is hard. Wow, these test suites are taking their sweet time. You know what? I'm going to J6 this because it's building so many fucking tests, and I kind of want to see how broken this is. Yeah, like I said, I pay for premium, so I don't experience that. Alright, so I guess I have used 9P. Not that I've ever been aware of that. I don't like running test suites with parallelization options for what I hope are obvious reasons. But if it's going to build like 600 files, then yeah, I'll run it with J6. Because, yeah, it's building a lot of crap. That's not what I meant. That's an unfortunate collision. Fine. Should I paralyze it at J5? You know, the day before American democracy died? Sorry, I probably shouldn't poke the political thing, but I watched the House subcommittee. Like, I watched that live, and it was like, it was horrifying. And okay, so now it's doing all the updates. Okay, now it's building all the tests quickly. Well, J6 in this case means parallelization level, job 6. I didn't even make that mental connotation until Anonymous Freak pointed it out in chat. No, someone was complaining about me bringing politics up in chat, and like, you know, that's fair. Like, let's be honest. State of the world is kind of depressing right now, and it's not like it's getting better. Like, here in Greece, having distance from it helps a lot, but like, a lot of people are not going to be able to leave the United States. I was in the right circumstances to do so, but I also know what it takes. And for a lot of people to leave a life behind and start a new one. I mean, let me put it a different way. Most countries only have about 10% of their population own passports. Most people don't travel. Okay, so we do see some test failures. Yeah, that's a little bit alarming. Yeah. Math is hard, and I'm pretty sure that... Yeah. Well, this is probably because GMP is broken. It's... Yeah, 32 test failures. Also, apparently it gained a job server token somewhere along the way. Hey, Adam Scott. Yeah. Alright, I'm just going to kind of roll with it, and I'm just going to hope that this is GCC 3.3 being garbage. That is my copium, and I'm sticking with it. If there's more serious issues, I'm going to have to go hunting for patches. I know that newer versions of GCC were built, but I'm really just hoping that this is old GCC building new floating point code. Like, I am taking a big old hit of the copium right now, because if not, otherwise I'm going to have to deal with crap. Yeah, well, the thing is that sin, cos, and tan are all floating point functions, and we already know that GMP is iffy. I'm kind of hoping that it's not going to be a problem, because GCC shouldn't be doing that many floating point operations. That being said, we might have bits of compiler spewed all over the floor. Well, the thing is, I still have to build the target user land, but I'm only building GCC 4.7 so I can try and build something newer. And once we have 4.7 built, I can try and rebuild these components and see if the problem goes away. The fact that we got Windows NT exceptions does not make me particularly optimistic, but who knows? I also need to look at the hotfixes to see what's going on. Yeah, no, sin, cos, and tan being busted is not a good feeling, but I've also actually successfully built GCC with, shall we say, less than sane fundamentals. Alright, you know what, let's see if we can find some patches. Let's see, you do a search, you don't find anything. Bootstrap 3. So this bug is actually relevant, and it'll probably be relevant in the not so near future. just kind of thumbing through this. So InterX actually looks like support went and died in GCC 4.6. So 4.6 might be as new as we can actually go. 4.7, I should be able to do -- enable obsolete and get it. That makes things a little bit more problematic because I'm going to need... 4.7 might be the latest I can go to. Yeah, because that's InterX was killed off. I'm assuming GCC 4 support lasted longer, although maybe not. May not be terrible to get it to work, but good to know. I can still do stuff with 4.6 though. Because that puts me pretty much right dab smack in the middle. Like, that seems like a good era to kind of focus it. Okay, so that built... Didn't build well, but it did build. You know, honestly, I'm starting to wonder if we should actually try the soft float library. Like, the more I think about, the more I have this feeling that it is actually something we're going to need. I just... How do I tell it to, I think it's -- generic. Yes, it's disabled. It's, yeah, it's, disable assembly is the magic flag I need. That is going to make this kind of glacier. Because I hit Windows F key instead of Control F because I've been on Mac OS too long. Let me figure out the easiest way to get the hotfixes on here, because I get the feeling the hotfixes might make things less... Like, was there a hotfix for the floating point stuff? That is a lot of hotfixes. Alright, let me see if I can download these. Yeah, continue to download. Actually, you know, I know exactly how I can get it. I've got Tailscale on both the host and the desktop, so I can grab it that way. I'm currently downloading the hot fixes on my MacBook. And then I will punt them over to the desktop very carefully. All right, hold on. Let me get these copied over, because I think it's going to make this a little... Yeah, I should have done this before, but... okay, SFP... let's see here. Apparently Tailscale is just not having it. Okay. Now what? How do I get a file from literally one machine to another? I don't have a USB stick handy. Let me... Hold on. Can you talk to Absolution? Maybe it's just broken one way. No, you're trying to reach Absolution. Wait. I can put the laptop on the 5G network. Yeah, I can put the laptop on the 5G network. Alright, can you now talk to Infinity Way? You can kind of talk to Infinity Way. That's not the way I would expect you to talk to it, but I'll take it. And yeah, it's just going to download the Minecraft installer along with it. Okay, that works. Now I have to jump back on the other network so I can see the stream again. Tailscale should be running, but I don't know. Question mark. Okay, so are you in here now? Okay, so it went into the wrong folder, but it is all here. So I can save and grab all of these. I wish I knew what these KBs fixed. I'm going to let it finish this configure script, then I'm going to control C it, and we're going to install the hotfixes. So 4.6 may be the latest version we can actually build. If I can, at least if I can build GCC 4.6, we will have made progress. Definitely installing a bunch of crap. But you know what concerns me is it's overriding a bunch of the same files. I don't apparently have permission to update the system. Alright, fine, I'll do the other ones. Oh! I guess it's going to restart for me. I'm assuming it's rebooting. There it goes. The problem is I'm worried that I'm going to install new one, old one, new one, old one, and it's just going to kind of downgrade. So, what do you, is there any, like, what are the main major fixes I get out of this? I saw that it updated POS6.exe, which I presume is the DEP bug fix. If I'm going to have to reboot this multiple times, this is easier to do on the console than it is to do. I played the first free, so this one. It's been updated. And yeah, see, that one also touched POS6.exe. And then it's going to reboot my system again. So the $1 million question is that going to fix my FPU? Oh, one of them is a roll-up. Okay, that's fine. Hopefully I installed the roll-up second and not first and didn't accidentally downgrade my system, but whatever. Now we wait for the network to come back. It's like playing RuneScape. Except there's no little XP drop every time I click it. There it goes. So I should check to see if the shit we've already built actually, like, now magically works. Otherwise, we just have to build the generic one and hope for the best. Yes, I know my computer is at risk. I'm running Windows 95 in the current year. Not Windows XP in current year. All right, can I, let me have bash, please. Okay, thank you, bye. Let's just see if that changed anything. Because if it was a floating point issue, maybe magical bugs go away. I'm not optimistic. Yeah, those passed the first time. This is where the failure started. Nope, still broken. Alright, let's do this with generic then, because at this point... And then we will turn on the fast option to make it go vrrrr. Or at the 4-hour mark. I kind of want to make a soft cap on this at the 5-hour mark. Because I still have things I need to do. I'm going to have to write the script and then do edits. We did not get all that much done today. Cannot guarantee that the directives in the GCC assemblies are consistently aligned with the 16-byte boundaries. Yeah, that would break the FPU. I didn't see GCC get updated, though. I think going with no ASM is probably right call, though. Oh, connection. What? Why did it lose its connection to the Windows XP VM? You did not just like spontaneously reboot, did you? That's a new one. Did I just get logged out? Well, that's a new... That's new. The system recovered from a serious error. What the hell crashed? Technical info. I feel like it's gone... somehow I feel like things have gone worse. I'm just gonna hope that wrong one, soft float. I don't know. We were building at J6 before. I should probably build at J5 for reasons earlier discussed in the chat, but that no bueno. The plan is still to do Linux from scratch. I need GCC 4 at a minimum to pull this off. I won't be able to build... ideally, if I can get GCC 4.7, the whole process gets a lot fucking easier. I won't be able to build the most recent version of Linux from scratch. I'd have to go back probably about a decade, but I can still do it. When you compile an SUA application on Windows 2003 R2 base that has multiple CPUs. So what you're telling me, that does seem to kind of imply that I should... I'm going to leave it as generic. I don't really care that much about the performance hit. This just needs to work. I don't care if it's fast. And we are already so deep into the Ooga Booga that, although I am a little... No, that would be all generic code. I am a little concerned, but... Oh, of course, that patch is missing. So you're telling me that I have to make this single threaded, like, are you... This is fine. This is all fine. I'm in my happy place. There are no problems. Everything is resolvable. If I really hit a permanent stumbling block, we're going to go for Windows 7. Maybe I should have started there at the beginning. Patience is a virtue, and 160 people are currently watching this journey in subversive engineering. Well, hopefully the roll-up hotfix has the fix. I can hear all the fans spinning up. Dism was in Vista. Vista was the first one. No, sorry. Windows Fundamentals for Legacy PC, I believe, was the first one to use a Wim-based installer. But Vista was the first mainstream release. I don't hear the music, so if chat tells me it's appropriate, that's great. I don't have speakers plugged in. Well, how would you cross-compile it to PPC on Vista? Or, well, I'm thinking Windows NT on PowerPC. I don't know if it's that level of demented. Is it really going to just get stuck on every directory? I feel like the hotfixes were downgraded. All right. Goodbye, parallelization. You were nice while you were here. It's GCC 3.3. I could theoretically do this with 3.3, but Well, I mean, the thing is that Fundamentals for Legacy PCs was only intent. Although if it's Vista-based, I'm surprised it would run on the machines that Fundamentals was meant to go for, unless they maybe built it for not to require SSC, which I guess is possible. I mean, it's going reasonably fast without the J option. Well, we haven't even gone to the cross compiler. I'm still trying to build a native compiler. Visual Basic 6 or .NET. With the very old Visual Basic, you're kind of screwed. If it's .NET, you could conceivably do it in mono as long as you have all the native dependencies it may need. Well, it's not hanging anymore. That's kind of an improvement here. Then if it's all .NET C#, it would basically work. Mono these days does have a Visual Basic compiler. Right now, I'm just thinking of that meme from The Simpsons. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Oh yeah, asking ChatGPT to the idea of having ChatGPT rewrite C++ code into something an ancient C compiler can handle. That's probably a thing we're going to see in the next few years if it's not already here. Breaking news: slow builds are slow. Streamer losing his mind at 8 o'clock. All right, let's see if we put the magic smoke back in. Because if we successfully put the magic smoke back in, we're going the right way. Yeah, Abab, you're completely correct about that. The journey is the destination. I'm just running out of interesting and witty things to do, and I don't want. And unlike economic advice, I don't want to ask ChatGPT to make my content. All right, let's see if turning off the go fast code makes this actually work. If I was to irradiate Luna, I don't even know what that would look like. I remember there being some god-awful... Like, there was this whole phase where XP theme modding was a thing. And, like... There was some really bad eyesores that I remember. Like... It was the worst time for desktop modding, I think. I don't want a patch UX theme. I don't want to rice my XP. Yeah, I mean, the Nico 2, that was a real thing. I mean, the one that I really remember was more in the 98 era, whenever you would see a store computer and it would have the most eye bleed color scheme ever known set by like a 6-year-old. I kind of enjoy having some color in my UI. The honest truth is I do feel like 90% of certifications exist to extract money. They don't actually do anything useful. See everything involving FIPS. All right, we're about to find out if we're going to have more test failures or more test... we're going to discover the level of failure. God, that sounds like a great name of a book. All right, you know what? Nuclear option. It's the only thing that hasn't been tried yet. I could set it back to a single core. I mean, the fact that it's doing that with the no ASM build kind of tells me something is wonky with this compiler. I mean, I could try building GCC free 4, but we were mentioning that apparently using multiple processors with this is questionable. So let's go single core. We are now in the somber part of the music library. Why don't we go with the jazzes? Boot's just fine. We changed that earlier and it didn't have issue. I am running out of ideas. I did boot. I just have to wait for the network to come back. If we can't resolve this, this is stumbling over the word go, at the word go. It's sort of making me think it is time to go Windows 7. All right, let's see if that does anything. Fingers crossed. Nope. I mean, I could still try and build GCC and see if we get a working compiler. But what are these tests actually doing? Like, what is it actually trying to test? The fact that the fact that like the cosine tests were failing tells me that the entire math library has just gone off to lunch. That tells me absolutely nothing useful. So it basically tests all the tomb functions, which I'm assuming is a sort of math doohickey. It passes the 22 one. It just breaks with all the other ones. Oh, there is something in the changelog about interx. So this is the one building it on Vista. Notes on particular systems. It just says it can be used to build it. It doesn't tell me anything fucking useful. The only way I could think to try is try an older one, like, but I'm really running out of ideas here. Good luck. See you later, Nico. The only thing I could think to try is an older version. We got nothing to lose by trying it, so... Like if we go back a full major, when was that note about InterX added? 2002. So what if we go back to... I gotta look at the release dates for GCC just to get an idea of what I'm working with. So this is when the platform was obsolete in GCC 4.6, which is 2011. So why don't we try a version from like 2008 and see if that works. If that doesn't work, I think I have to call GG on doing this on XP. We'll try it on Windows 7. Which kind of sucks. I was really hoping to do this on XP, but... Alright, let's try the... Let's see here. How late in do we want to go? Let's try the... Let's go with the last point release. So 242. I don't want to cut. I want to copy. And then, can I get a new window, please? Because this is about the last idea I actually have. Although I am now curious if the build... I am a little bit curious if building it on a single core is... Because now we're on a single core machine. Do I want to go back to 6-core? Yeah, I think I want to go back to 6-core, because if I have to do this on a single core, it will suck, and it will suck hard. That was not the button I meant to push. And yes, I just hard turned it off. I don't care. If the older GMP works, we're in business. If not, I might have to call time of death on this on XP. Because, I have to try and build a cross compiler with GCC 3. It's about the only thing I could think to do. Well, 2008 would be within the version window. So conceivably, this would been supported, but we already saw that there were bugs in GCC on InterX. So I'm not optimistic that this was well tested. I could build a cross compiler out of GCC 3. I really don't want to, but I could do it. I kind of got a debate on what to do right now. Services for Linux was probably never in POS ready. It wasn't well supported. I also realized I don't want to actually run this with the make option. I really have to put some thought into this because this is kind of like our last resort. I'm actually going to build GCC 4.6 because that was the last time this target was supported. Instead of 4.7. Plus, I also saw the patches on the mailing list to make it build, so I'm reasonably convinced that this was possible at one point in time. I'm going to stretch my legs while this builds. No, I want to do this without actually running Linux. How's it going? Still running configure. Oh. No, I'm not. I did put it back on 6 cores. I'm thinking really hard about this. It didn't contain an SSH server. It had Telnet. SSH wasn't. It did have Telnet. I've enabled it. I'm thinking maybe Windows 7 is the way to go here. That, or I try and do this with the GCC 3.5. I'm kind of mulling my options up right now, and that's kind of why I'm just sitting here leaning against the wall. while this goes, because I have to think about where I'm going to take this project if I can't overcome this hurdle. I'm still determined to do this. It's just the front door may not be the way to do this. Yeah, I'm not even going to paralyze the build. I'm just going to let it run. This is the last chance I'm giving for GCC4. If I can't build this, we're going to... I will try GCC3 first, but I might not get much further. That's going to limit me to early 2.6 at the best. Yeah, the latest kernel I'll be able to build with a GCC3 based cross compiler is kernel 2.6. It's not impossible, but it's doable. Probably 2.6.20 would be about the range of that I could reasonably get. I still would want GCC4 for multiple reasons. If I can just get into the later 2.6 range, I solve a lot of issues with this project. If I can't, I can't. But we'll see. No, I didn't. This one didn't have SSH. The one on Windows 7 probably does, but who knows? I think I didn't give it the right disable assembly file because I'm seeing a lot of assembly files currently being built. That being said, we've seen the same failure mode with every single one of these, so I don't know if I'm concerned about it. Like, I don't know if I should Control-C the build and fix the options. Oh, no, yeah, it's not without assembly, it's / with generic. We're trying to build an older version of GNU multi-precision library because I need this as a pre-dependency for GCC. If I have to use Microsoft's GCC, this project gets a lot harder. It's not dead, but it's on life support, and that's not a good thing from the word go. My biggest concern with GCC3 is I know there are legitimate problems with sysroot support in it. Like, I remember this era pretty well, and I remember it being kind of fucking miserable for building cross-compilers. Since I'm actually sitting here, no, you know what? I should actually just gmake check. I'm not even gonna risk it. I want to just see if it builds. GCC3, I'm going to have to look at Microsoft's tarball and see what's actually in it and see if I can actually build it. I'm legitimately sitting here thinking on what a GCC free based build would look like. Building the cross compiler is viable. Theoretically, I would need an old copy of glibc from this time period. I would be limited to early kernel 2.6 at best, and maybe not even then. I might even have to go as far back as 2.4. Yeah, that's... See, the problem is I wouldn't be able to run it in Hyper-V. I'd actually have to use 86 box if we have to go back that far. It's not a kill, like I said, it just gets more painful. I don't think I've ever successfully cross-built Grub, because what I was hoping to do was build the kernel with UEFI support, so I wouldn't have to worry about the bootloader. If I have to go into kernel 2.4 land, I can still net boot it. I still have NIS. I have to go hunting for a lot of source components if I do that, but it's doable. Okay, no, I actually know exactly how I would get it. I could use the bootstrap. I could use Debian as a reference for all the source packages I would need. I can then grab all the platform-specific ones from the old Debian, build them one by one with GCC 3. So that would put me... Where would that put me? That would put me... I think that puts me... That doesn't even put me in Etch. That puts me, like, in Potato. Oh, that gets painful for a lot of reasons. That being said, it would be all auto tools and it would all be C, so it should conceivably be doable. No, I see a viable way to do this with GCC free. I gotta see what was the last version of Debian that used GCC free, because that's going to be my reference if I have to go that far back, because Linux from scratch won't be useful. GCC free was last in the Debian archive. When was the last time it was there? Because that will tell me... Dogs are barking their heads off. Wow, it was in the archive for a long time, but that doesn't actually help me. I am looking for very old packages. Apparently it was in the archive all the way up to Buster, but I don't remember the last time it was the main compiler. What was the version of Debian in 2006? Because that's probably as reasonable as I can go, because I have free 5... and I have some flexibility. I just don't have a lot of flexibility. So that would put me in between Sarge and Etch, which ironically enough is where I started my Debian journey. So that would be kernel. Basically, that would be all the way. I would be in kernel 2.6.8 at the latest if that's the time frame I'm stuck with. I could probably go further than that, but not by much. Maybe kernel 2.6.18 might be the upper limit. This is why I want something newer than GCC free. I am really, really stuck if I'm stuck on such an old version. When was GCC Free 5 released? Or is this 3.3? I don't actually... Hold on. I gotta check the version string because I don't actually remember the exact version I'm on. Oh, it's 3.3. Okay. So, yeah, I would be limited to kernel 2.4. That's not end of the world bad. It's just painful. I'm trying to think if I could pixie boot that, and if I could, how I would do it. I could use iPixie on a floppy disk in 86 box if I can attach it to the Hyper-V switch, which I should theoretically be able to do. I mean, I'm not holding my breath that I'm going to be able to net boot the whole damn thing, but it's kind of a possibility. Maybe not a great one, but it is doable. I'm really hoping this works because I am legitimately running out of... If we have to go down the GCC free path, we will try it. If not, we will cry some more, because I'm going to have to build the cross compiler with the ancient version of Debian. That being said, I can take some shortcuts. I can use the library headers from Debian Sarge. Cross-building... The problem is cross-compiling GCC itself may be problematic. I remember that being an excruciating process back in the day. Also, my laptop has lost its internet connection, so... I am fingers crossed that this works. Yeah, I would have to build... So I would have to basically use Sarge as a reference on how to put Humpty Dumpty together. But I can get all these source packages for Sarge reasonably easily. It shouldn't be all that terrible to do. I have to go on a fishing trip. Well, I'm not building it with the J flag, which at least doesn't mean I have to do much of anything. It's the test failures I care about. If they still fail, then I have to call it game here, because I was hoping those failures would not be catastrophic, but the fact that the later tests are failing on basic math functions tells me that I will have pain. Like, I will end up... If I can build the compiler, it will be very, very iffy. Like, maybe I could do it. Maybe it would work. But it will be undebuggable. Not that I have a debugger right now, but everything is suspect when the core libraries are kaput. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think Sarge is the only way I'm going. If we're stuck on GCC 3, because if I could go, even if I get 2008, it opens a lot more flexibility. Because in the 4X series of GCC was a lot more of a common base. Like, I might even be able to go all the way to kernel 3.3X. Because yeah, that's going to be very limiting. Yeah, that's exactly why. Like, I was hoping that it wasn't going to be that catastrophic, but it's clearly... Building one further dependency showed me that how bad it was going to be, so... if I could successfully netboot, yeah, I'm starting to see what the end game would look like with GCC 3, because Plan A looks like it's not looking like it's going to be happy. Probably about 2/3 done with the build based on where it is. Sorry if I'm not talking, I'm just kind of sitting here doing advanced thumb twiddling. So it's now doing all the printf functions. I think that's all the math libraries built successfully. I'm sure I applied all the patches. Well, apparently the last one was a roll-up from what I saw, but the Nico said that the fix for Windows NT exception with GCC alignment issues was not here. What that means in practice, I have no effing clue. The thing, though, is that I don't need much to actually run on Interix to make this viable. Making all... think it's basically done. Nope, it's got a few more things to build. And also my generic build wasn't actually generic. I'm actually gonna, no, I can't easily type like this. I'm just sitting here like I was so certain I was going to be able to get through this step, and I didn't even consider the possibility that this would be so jank as to be to have this level of issues. All right, it's just build GMP. All right, it's doing make check. Let's see what happens. I have my fingers crossed. I'm hoping for the best. I kind of wish I built it generic and not like I actually built it generic and not the fake generic I actually built it. All right, it's doing the test. It's doing the first test. So far passes, but these have always passed. All 9 passed. It's now building the other ones. So far, so good. All 10 passed. Yeah, it is looking better. It doesn't mean that it's going to work, though. Pentium in this case just means Pentium era opcodes, which is what InterX targets. It doesn't refer to the floating point bug. I'm streaming longer than I intended, but I would like to get through this. I'm kind of just dying here in anticipation, seeing if it's actually going to pass all its test suit. Arthritis, thank you for becoming a channel member. Awesome. I will settle for any GCC 4, because as long as I have GCC 4, I'm at least in kernel 2.6 territory. If I am stuck on GCC 3.3, it's going to suck. But I'm mentally figuring out what that compile path would look like, so I'm not giving up hope on it just yet. The MJD. I see. I don't hear the music because I don't have speakers plugged into the desktop. I only have music when I stream off the laptop. I think after this, pass or fail, I'm going to kill the stream after this. If it succeeds, we'll move on to trying to make a GCC4 based cross compiler. If it doesn't succeed, we'll go down the GCC3 path. I am giving this the college try before I call it game. Well, this is actually looking more optimistic. Oh. Screensaver. All 56 tests passed. Running the next Tesla battery. Oh boy, we are nearly there. I stepped away from desk. Did it run more tests? Yeah, it did, and it passed. Okay, chat, we may actually be in business. I went with 4.6, which seems to be much happier on Interix than 5.2 was. This does have this should work with GCC 4.6, which is what I'm going to try and target. Yeah, I downgraded it. So if we get all passes here, we're still in the ballpark for building a GCC 4 toolchain. With GCC 4, that puts me... I can build pretty much into 2010 Linux, which makes the rest of this process a lot less esoteric. Like I said, I really don't want to do this with GCC 3, but at least I have a plan if that becomes needed. I have the VM still set for 6 cores, but I didn't set the J option because honestly, I don't know what it is or isn't working. I'm just happy it is working. All right, more test paths. Yeah, I don't know if that was related or not. I'm pretty sure running with the old, I think the old GMP is really what matters here, but... God, I'm actually nervous because this is going to define what happens with this project. Like, we're going to find out here in the next 20 minutes. All right, more tests. Holy shit, it passed. It'd be nice if it actually had printed out like test report, but all tests passed. Oof. That's progress. Oh, HCF Simo, you get a shout out, or Sinro, you get a shout out in the members video because of your help with the DEP problem. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it there, and we will tackle building GCC 4 in the next one. That is progress. That is definite progress. It's... Yeah. I meant to also tell the Nico too when they were in chat, but it slipped my brain. Well, we downgraded GMP to 4.2 and we got all test passed, so we're still in the running for actually pulling this off. It's going to... I'm a little bit nervous with it, but yeah, whatever. We're definitely going right direction with this one. But we're at the 5-hour mark. I'm kind of at brain is potato sort of levels of functioning, so I think I'm going to call the stream here. We don't have GCC 4.6. We have the math library. We have one of the 3 math libraries built. And actually, you know, I think I want to go a little further. I know I said I was about to shut the stream down, but I think I need to know if the dependencies are going to, if the other 3 are going to build. I'm pretty sure building GCC itself is going to be its own barrel of fun, but these are smaller than the other library. So I think we need to, I think I need to know now because this is going to directly affect the next stream. I really do want to shut the stream down and call it, but I need to know if these tests actually pass. Yeah, the path isn't accurate. I also don't care. It's just where the source files are, so, like, whatever. I may still try 4.7, but 4.6, 4.7 is a relatively negligible difference. 4.7 is the absolute latest GCC that I could conceivably get running without patching. And I already know I'm going to have to patch it. There are known bugs that will prevent it from running Make Bootstrap. Yeah, I'm not happy about... I have to do the other one first. I might need to downgrade this. Also, let's fix the path while we're here. Because this was what gave me test failures before. It's bootstrapping it out of the really bad era of... out of the really worst era of GCC jank. GCC 2 to GCC 3 was probably the worst era for GCC. There was a lot of infighting on the project, and it was effectively forked, and then the fork became the new GCC. So GCC 4 is when things kind of stopped sucking again, which is really why I'm trying to get out of GCC free purgatory. To do that, I need GCC 4 for Interix, and then I can build a cross compiler from that. Once I get the native compiler built, it gets a lot easier. I may have to still give it significant hand-holding to get that far, but... Yeah, see what I mean? Like, GCC float conversion bug. That's kind of why I don't want to be using this compiler. And it's also possible that GMP was dying because this was GCC free jank. If I can build the free dependencies, which is MPFF, GMP, which we've already built, and MPC, all I have to do is wrestle with GCC. Yeah, I could conceivably take Microsoft's compiler. They did ship the source code on the CD, but it would be GCC 3, so I would be stuck in GCC 3.3 land, which, no thank you. Not if I have a choice in that matter. Eric Richman wrote an entire book called The Bazaar and the Cathedral, which basically talks about all the problems of GCC's development in this era. This is the same era that EGCS came from, and I already saw references to EGCS in the version of GCC shipped by Subsystem for Linux. So hopefully this all works. Like, I'm building this with J6. Because I do kind of want to end this stream, but I really want to know if this works. Well, it's building. I hear the fans go spin. Fans go burr. we're building the second dependency, one of three. I don't need bin utilities. Bin that's the free space in the center of the board. GCC really doesn't care what version of bin utilities you use as long as it's not completely garbage. So there's a decent chance it just works. If not, I'm going to have a completely different and very miserable time of it, but it's not a complete lost cause if I can't. Well, we'll see. Alright, that's linking. Yeah, that's kind of like package source be like, that's kind of why I didn't want to go the package source route. Yeah, I think it just got stuck. Give it a moment. I just heard the RAID spin up on this machine. I'm literally standing because I'm like jittery over this. This is already hit more. This has already been. The lack of debugger makes this really depressing. Yeah, I would go back even earlier than that because Interix was also on Windows 7. So maybe if you can get like 2008, it would work. Andy uploaded a whole crap ton of older package source stuff, so if you can find that, try it. Ollie debug isn't going to help me with non-Win32 binaries, which these aren't. These are POSIX binaries. Like, I'd get a memory dump, but I actually need to be able to examine structures. Like, I can't just use a raw memory dump to debug this. Well, I could, but it would be so miserable as to... And, yeah, no, I really don't. Besides, if it's a problem with services for Unix itself, there's not a lot I can do about it. Yeah, I can bring up Task Manager. We're almost at the end of this stream. I was actually going to kill it, but I actually wanted to go a few steps further. But right now it's just running the test suite, and that's going to run on a single core, so it's not like it's going to do much. I presume it's doing so. Oh, there it is. Running make check and test. There we go. Finally. The included GDB crashes. It dumps a core file. whenever I've tried to. So, or it's dumped a core file every time I've tried to open a core file, which isn't actually, which is like kind of the thing I'm getting to tell me what's going on. I do find it funny that it dumps core files though. Once I shut down the stream, I'm going to hack a script together for this live stream. I'll probably edit it tomorrow, post the video for members, and then I'll figure out when we're going to do the next stream. God, this is like tense. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I actually want to run this with parallelization because this builds a lot of test files, and I really would like that to not take fucking forever. Like, I'm actually starting to fade here sitting in... Like, I won't sleep, but I am starting to fade. What's going on? I'm going to go take a look and see what's going on in the world right now. Probably it's all depressing and horrible. Yeah, state of the world's kind of horrible right now. Yeah, that's why I put the J option on it. I don't like running make check with a J option, but I need to see if this actually works. Like, if it's still complaining about costs and blah, 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 blah. I have major problems. Alright, now it's running the actual test, because I think it built all that. Or it got stuck again, which is the other reason why running with the J flag does not fill this one with joy. Yeah, I can't easily watch a YouTube video while I'm live streaming, so I was just browsing through world news on Reddit with news so I can see the stories that are getting downvoted en masse. Alright, let's just try running gmake check and see if it goes. Will it blend? At least I know what I'm going to do during the next stream, because I have classwork I have to do this week, but it's just me reading stuff for class. The reason I've been free for the last several days is I just turned in an assignment for school. So, yeah. I'm only browsing it very lightly. And, well, yeah, it is middle of the night, but I've only been up for like 4 hours. Or, well, not more than 4 hours, because I have the little timer on screen. Alright, hopefully this will, like, do its thing relatively quickly. I'm currently studying for philosophy, philosophy, economics, and politics from Open University. I'm just going for my undergrads because I never finished it originally, and this feels like a good time in life to do it. On top of that, I'm also studying Greek. Yeah, well, I'm kind of on mental fumes. Like, I'm sitting here. Well, I am studying Open University out of the UK because I needed a course load in English that I could get. Oh, look, all passes. Hopefully, it stays that way because the first few passed last time. Ooh, that's one failure. If it's just one, I'm okay with it. Uh-oh. That's a little... It's still a lot better than what it was. So it failed 6, passed 150. Let's look at the errors and see what's actually failing. Memory faults. Do I have a core file here? I'm assuming... Yeah, see, that's what happens when I try and load the core file. Is there a log file for that one? So it was... That's useful. Yeah, the debugger is completely fucking useless. And of course it doesn't tell me anything useful about the failure. I'm kind of at the point of management calling it good enough. But yeah, it's at 93%. So GMP passed all its tests. Realistically speaking, GCC shouldn't be using any floating point instructions. I mean, it might, but I don't think it's going to be a real problem. Question mark. When we build the cross compiler, I'm mentally thinking about how much this actually matters. Like, the answer here may be build an older version of MPFF and see if it's less unhappy. Like, I'm pretty sure this version is quite a bit newer. Changelog. Yeah, see, this is a 2015 version, so maybe downgrading it is the way to go. I mean, that's what got GMP fixed. So, yeah. All right. I'm going to call it here because I'm on fumes and I still have to write the script for this segment. And I will catch you all in the next one. Let me start shutting it down.